with this 3.2 litre PowerTech engine, 2 Hayabusa engines. So no time for number 5, Trevor Willis. So those cars at the top of the paddock will be returned to the main paddock area, which is situated in front of Wiscombe House. There's no additional charge, no transfer fee or whatever, no admission fee to come into the paddock area. So please do join us in the main paddock during the day. Have a look at the cars, talk to the drivers, as long as they're all not busy and nervously working away on their cars. If that's the case, then please give them plenty of room so they can get on with what they need to do. But by all means, take in the atmosphere, look at the cars. The catering is mainly based in the paddock area with hot and cold foods, ice creams and a bar, although we do have an additional catering unit which is serving hot food, etc., at Wiscorner, which is the first left-hander at the bottom of the hill. Spectators can walk along the edge of the track in the spectator areas, and when you get to up through the S's, there is a gate which is opened up between the runs under the control of the marshals, and you can then move across the track and spectate from above the hairpin at Saul Bench and along Castle Straight, and then come back out. There's a footpath at the top, and that enables you to come into the top paddock and watch at Martini, which is the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill. So the 2 hairpins are always worth watching at, spectating at, and of course the S's, very technical part of the hill, to see the cars in full flight there, and the noise under the trees has got to be something to do during the course of the day. So with one practice run for the interclub competitors all done and dusted, cars are out on the hill for the second visit. First man out is Matthew Mills with his 1380cc MG Midget. Off around West Corner, nice and safely. Goes across the parkland, which we sometimes refer to as West Straight, over Bunny's Leap, which is the brow, and then at the middle of the park, then brake through the right-hander at the gate. Then it's the S's, and then the track snakes its way up to Saw Bench Hairpin, which is a right-hander, and then it's Castle Straight, which is about where Matthew is now. He's just entered Castle Straight, having come out of Saw Bench. This is the fastest part of the hill, and we should be seeing the fastest cars doing about 130 miles an hour, something like that. Then the left-hand hairpin with a bit of a camber that has to be tackled as well, and then over the finish line. And Matthew's at the top in 52.14 for Matthew Mills. And now the man who was second in last year's Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, Stephen Wareham from Beer Regis in Dorset, conducting his 1380cc Mini. So Matthew Mills has the midget at the top in 52.14. Lewis Rinaldi, number 73, with the Fiat Panda 100 HP, clocked 54.53. Slots into second place in Class T1 for road-going series production cars. Up towards Bunny's Leap, we have the Toyota Corolla T-Sport in the hands of Michael Sutton as Stephen Wareham clobbers a marker post on the inside of Martini. Just throws that up out of its socket on the inside. But let's see the time for the man who finished second in the Tillicoultry Quarries Championship last year and lies in the same position at the moment, car number 75, Stephen Wareham. It's a 46.04. So that puts Stephen to the top of Class T1, demoting Julian Rinaldi and Matthew Mills to second and third. Julian, local garage proprietor, at the wheel of his Ford Fiesta, slotted into second place there on a 47.89, and Lewis Rinaldi drops to fourth place. On the hill, on the start line at the moment, we have Alan Hawkins with his Toyota MR2 Roadster. But at the top, the time for car 77 is a 53.35. That's Luke Holt with the Ford Puma, clocking a time of 53.35. And a time of 50.17. I think is probably the time for Michael Sutton, the Exeter driver, in car number 78. No, in fact, 50.17 is attributed to Ian Peacock. Ian at the wheel of his Citroen C2. So the order in T1 at the moment: Stephen Wareham leads Julian Rinaldi, Michael Sutton bringing that Toyota Corolla T-Sport in to third place. Ian Peacock with that Citroen and the runner 50.17 slots into fourth ahead of midget man Matthew Mills. So it's Hawkins off the line in 3.11 seconds. Alan from Bude, sort of semi-retired but still doing work in the vehicle air conditioning market. This is a Mark III Toyota MR2. car had competed in speed events with its previous owner, as in 3.18 seconds. Andrew Webber leaves the start line with his Lotus Elan Plus 2. Andrew currently at the top of the order in the Hillclimb and Sprint Association's Triple M Pirelli Speed Championship, of which today is a qualifying round. In second place at the moment in that series is Chris Beresford with his Subaru Impreza, and we'll see him in action in due course. At the top of the hill, car number 82. That's the MR2 Roadster of Alan Hawkins. Clocks in on 50.90, 50.90. So that puts Alan into 5th place. As scrabbling away off the line in 3.16 seconds, we have the Mazda Mx-5, a very popular hill climb machine, ideal for driving to and from events and then competing. Hopefully all goes well during the event and you can quite nicely drive home at the end of the day. The Mazda a little bit tail happy on the exit from Sawbench, but all's good. Along Castle Street on the brakes, wide line in, tight apex on the way out, rides the curbs over the line in 46.85. That's car 86, John Wells from Wimple in his turbocharged 1600 Mazda, 46.85. So John actually slots into second place now between Stephen Wareham with the Mini and Julian Rinaldi with the Ford Fiesta. So another car over the finish line, taking time. Simon Neve with the Mitsubishi Lancer, not the Evo 6 RS that we see him in on occasions, but the smaller capacity Mitsubishi Lancer, and the Yovo Avionics engineer clocks a time of 47.99. 47.99 for Simon Neve. George Koopman around the left-hander at Wiscombe, then across the parkland with the Toyota Gazoo racing machine, Toyota Yaris. Of course, those machines are doing very well in the World Rally Championship, slightly more developed than this particular machine, which is dead standard, bog standard, as they say, because, as George informs us, otherwise it would jeopardise his warranty. So, bog standard car for the Honiton driver, and he's now on the brakes and turning in at Martini. No problems there for the retired accountant. 51.80, car number 91, time of 51.80. And off the line in 2.95 seconds goes local driver from Axminster, Harry Harris. Another Mazda Mx-5. This is a 1800cc turbocharged machine. Very regular here at Wiscombe Park. Semi-retired window fitter by occupation. Did motocross on the old motorcycles as a schoolboy and when he became adult. Then took to rallying back in the 80s with a Mark 1 1300 Escort. Began hill climbing quite relatively recently in 2016. So we swap from Mazdas to Audis and making way up the hill. Steve Rue with his turbocharged Audi TT. Steve out of the S's in 24.06. Anthony Wright, meanwhile, goes to the head of Class T1 with the Audi S3, former Wiscombe Park champion. Hustled the 1800cc turbocharged machine to the head of the class in 45.01, so over a second up on Stephen Wareham. But we hear the marshal's whistles. That indicates that the flags are going out. If they're not already out, there's an issue on the hill. So the marshals can communicate to the drivers by displaying the red flag if they want them to stop because there's an issue on the hill, an incident or perhaps some debris, whatever. That information is relayed down the hill by the flags, and the marshal's post are also in radio contact with race control primarily, so they can report in and advise the clerk of the course exactly what's happening, so the clerk's team can deal with any issues that may arise. But everything's sorted and we're back into action with the rapid Mitsubishi Evo 5 in the hands of Clive Stangle. Clive from Shaftesbury in North Dorset. You'll see the car on the hill quite a few times over the weekend because we have Clive's wife Jennifer also driving this 2300 turbocharged machine. So Alan Goodair waiting on the start line for the green light with his road going VW Golf R. Leaves the line in 2.57 seconds. 2-litre car, hybrid turbo, producing about 380 brake horsepower. Time for car 99, that was Clive Stangle, of course, with the Mitsubishi. 42.83, 42.83 for car 99. Terry Headley from Rowlands Castle with the road-going BMW, the 328i, takes a 2.8 litre machine over the finish line in 51.79, and Stangle's made it to the top in a rapid 42.83 to go to the top with a healthy margin in Class T1 now over Anthony Wright with the Audi in second place, 45.01, and Stephen Wareham in third, having clocked 46.04. Pekka Tulukas has his Mazda into fourth place, but that becomes fifth place as we speak on 46.73 because Alan Goodair slots the Golf into third place, car number 100, on a time of 45.49. So just less than half a second between second place man Anthony Wright and Alan Goodair in third. But over 2 seconds up the track, so to speak, is Clive Stangle leading the way with the Mitsubishi. So car 72 out of the S's in 25.12. It's John Hollier with the Seat Rother in his first season of hill climbing. Brother, of course, to Ed Hollier, who's a well-seasoned single-seater campaigner throughout the country, but has a number of FTDs to his name from events here at Wiscombe Park. So we move to car number 18, which is Peter Taylor from the national event, the event that surrounds the British Hillclimb Championship. Peter with his Mazda Mx-5 2-litre machine left the line in 3.09 seconds and clocked through the S's in 23.6. Takes a late clipping point at Saul Bench and now proceeds along Castle Straight, gets his braking sorted and down through the gears, little bit tail happy on the way out as he applies the throttle to get over the finish line. 48.22 for Peter Taylor. in Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2 litres in the national event. So that's basically the running through of Class T1 in the Interclub meeting, which focused on road going series production cars, and Clive Stangle leading the way there with the Mitsubishi on 42.83. Anthony Wright in second place, 45.01, and third Alan Goodair 45.49, ahead of Stephen Wareham on 46.04 with the Mini. So it's time to bring those cars down from the top paddock, and they'll be brought down to the main paddock area here in front of the house, Wiscombe House, and we will proceed through the rest of the Interclub meeting, or runs. Then we'll do a few more bits and pieces, then there'll be a break for lunch. And if you've been to Wiscombe in previous years for this British Hillclimb Championship meeting, there'll be a slight difference in the programme this year. In the past, the championship contenders have spent Saturday practicing and then got involved in timed runs and qualifying for 2 top 12 runoffs. And it's the top 12 runoffs that enable them to score points. It's in fact the fastest 10 drivers that then score points to go forward to the championship. So that was all done on Sunday in the past, but this year, trialling a new system, and there will in fact be a championship runoff today to determine points for the championship. So there'll be one climax today and another tomorrow. So plenty of action to look forward to in what has been a truly exciting season in the British Hillclimb Championship, with current reigning champion Wallace Minges coming back to the top of the championship table, but having been pressed hard and having to slot into second place behind Alex Summers earlier in the season. Scott Moran in third place at the moment in the British Hillclimb Championship, ahead of Trevor Willis and Matthew Ryder and David Uren, but we'll focus a little bit more on them when we get to the British Hillclimb Championship qualifying runs and top 12 runoff. So back to action on the hill with the Interclub event, and we'll pick up the double driven Mitsubishi Evo 5 from class T1 with Jennifer Stangle at the wheel. Clive Stangle leading the way in the class on 42.83. Quickly away off the line and over the Bunny's Leap for Jennifer as she gets through the right-hander at the gate and into the S's. So we look at a time of 21.33 for the Shaftesbury driver. As off the line we have the Westfield in the hands of Ian Hodgson, 1800cc machine, and Jennifer's around Martini and over the line in 44.61. So road going specialist production cars class T2 is our attention now, and we have Ian Hodgson in that division. And now across the parkland, 4 times Wiscombe Park champion and leading the 2022 series, Ian Ingleheart with his Cosworth powered Westfield. And the S is in 20.30, and we have Ian Hodgson clocking in at the top, car 105 on 48.55, as Jim Faulkner takes his wide body 2-litre Westfield across the parkland. We look for a time for Ian Ingleheart, that's car 106, and he makes a time of 41.86 for 1.86, so that gives him a handsome advantage at the moment at this early stage in class T2. 41.86 against Ian Hodgson's 48.44. Faulkner now rounding the left-hand hairpin at Martini over the line. Car number 107 in 46.14. 46.14. And Ben Wheeler way off the line with his Caterham R500. Ben, previous single-seater pilot, having taken fastest times of the day here at Wiscombe Park. And Alan Foster with his road-going Morgan is next on to the hill. We have time for car 109. And that's Richard Burnett with the Westfield Aerospace. Richard clocks at the top 45.77. Local Honiton estate agent Joe Keep in his first event with the Westfield wide body 2-litre car. Car 108 takes a time of 45.49. But Joe previously has campaigned a Ford Fiesta and a Focus ST, so knows which way the bends go, which way the track goes, but has to get used to this new machine, having moved from saloon cars to sports to road going specialist production. Actually is the category that we're running here today. Ben Wheeler then, the Kilmington driver with that Caterham R500, resplendent in the colours of Martini, Martini stripes down it. Ben clocks 42.70, 42.70 for car 111, and Alan Foster with the Morgan Plus 8 4-litre engine in that machine delivers him to the top in 50.29, 50.29 for Alan Foster. Moving us on into class T3, the first time from the runners there in the BL Mini 1275 GT is Paul Talbot, the Henley-on-Thames driver, posting a time of 45.41. as Chris Edwards attacks the hill with his Mazda 323 GTX. 1800 turbocharged machine. Martin Stubbington meanwhile completes his climb with the VW Golf Mark 1 GT, car number 118, in a time of 46 seconds dead. 46 seconds dead. As regular Wiscombe competitor Steve Clark, garage proprietor from Exeter, is up into the S's with his 2.5 litre Subaru Impreza. Four-wheel drive, turbocharged, of course. Well suited, therefore, to hill climbing. And away off the line, currently second in the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship, is the Subaru Impreza, driven by Chris Beresford. 2.3 litre engine. Meanwhile, Steve Clark is at the top with his Impreza car 120 in 42.75. 42.75. So Chris Edwards leading Class T3 then at the moment. Chris with that Mazda 323 GTX. Chris is third at the moment in the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship, trailing the Impreza of Chris Beresford. And there's only 3 points in it between that duo at the moment. And in fact, only 3 points between second place man Chris Beresford and the leader Andrew Webber, who we've seen already on the hill with his Lotus Plus 2. So the last to run in Class T3 was Chris Beresford, car 121, and he clocks a time of 43.31, slots him into third place. So the pecking order, so to speak, in Class T3 then, which is modified series production cars, is Chris Edwards leading the way with the Mazda 323 GTX. Second, Steve Clark with the Subaru Impreza, 2.5 litre machine, that one, 42.75 is the time. Chris Beresford with his 2.35 litre Subaru in third on 43.31. So from modified series production, we move along the order to Class T4, modified specialist production, and we have 4 players in that class. The Blake duo, Graham and Jeff, father and son, with the Westfield SEI 2 litre machine. Peter Eade with his Westfield car 123, who's just claimed a fail, so no time for Peter there. And Phil Pern making up those 4 runners there with the Stuart Taylor R1. So because of the fail for 123 Peter Eade, Phil Pern with the Stuart Taylor has been shown the red flag, so had to abort his run. He will get the opportunity of a rerun in due course. There is a major difference between the Interclub meeting and the British National Hillclimb Championship meeting. Contenders in the National Series, in the British Hillclimb Championship part of today's event, have 2 practice runs and 1 timed run, and that 1 timed run will be what they use to qualify for the top 12 runoffs. Everybody else in i.e. those in the Interclub event will in fact be taking 1 practice run and 2 official runs. So the guys we're seeing on the hill, the guys and girls we're seeing on the hill at the moment, this is the first of 2 official runs, and it'll be the fastest of those 2 runs that will count for results purposes, whereas the British Hillclimb boys will be doing a bit more practice so they can get familiar with the track, because they don't compete here as much as the local people, obviously, and then they will have a single run to nail a good time and qualify for the runoffs. So we're just sorting out a car that stopped on the hill. It's now clear of the finish line, so hopefully, if there's no maintenance work etc. for the marshals to do. We had a major oil drop earlier in practice this morning, just on Castle Straight on the approach to Martini, but that was definitely dealt with by the marshals and the officials. It's been treated with a specialist compound. Don't use cement anymore. It used to be clouds of cement everywhere after you treated an oil slick, but not the case, and the reports coming back as that it's not a real issue for the drivers. So recovery going on the hill, which has been the reason for the delay, and we've got a car under tow. It looks like Peter Eads Dunnell powered Westfield. That's on the end of the tow rope, so to speak, and it's proceeding along Castle Straight, not quite at the intended velocity. Peter would have been hoping to be rushing along there, getting hard on the brakes at Martini and hurling it through the hairpin, but not to be at the moment. We hope that whatever aileth the Westfield can be sorted, and the car and Pete can return to the action later today or possibly tomorrow. So the whistles sound out across the valley here at Wiscombe Park, and those red flags are brought in. That is all positive signs that we'll get back to running on the hill, and we'll be looking at Jeff Blake at the wheel of the Vauxhall powered Westfield. Jeff, a plastering contractor from Dorset, waits on the start line. The red light showing at the moment. When the timekeeping systems are primed, everybody's happy, then that light will change to green, and the driver can then commence his run in his or her own time. Doesn't have to go as soon as the lights change green, so they can prepare themselves, as Jeff is doing now, checking the car is in gear, and launches the red top Vauxhall powered machine away off the line in 3.17 seconds. Jeff's father Graham, who does all the mechanical developing of the car, been playing with different differentials this season to try and eradicate a few handling traits. And Jeff very smooth on the power out of saw bench. He was 22.66 in the S's and keeps off the curbs. Little bit of a slide coming out of Martini as he feeds the power in, and it's a 45.26. So that's the first time we've got registered in Class T4. Phil Perman member will have a rerun in all likelihood. Now we're looking at some of the double-driven machines in the single-seater class, and we move up to see Tony Bonfield with the Jedi, a car that Tony shares with his son Ben. And let's see how Tony got off the line. 2.55 seconds. And now 19.6 out of the S's as we pick up a car from the British Hillclimb Championship, running as car number 54. So we're looking at Lennon, Adam and Andy sharing the driving duties with this Empire Evo 3, and Andy out of the S's in 18 seconds, so he's getting the feel of the venue here at Wiscombe Park, hurls it through the left-hand hairpin at Martini and clocks a 38.49 at the top of the field. So Andy Grennan with the 1600 Empire Evo, stopping the clocks there on 38.49. Andy, an accountant from Newgate Street in London, also spends time sailing as well as partaking in motorsport. So as we can see, course vehicle on the hill to retrieve those cars from the top paddock, bring them back so they can be fettled. If they're double driven machines, the other driver can be installed. And then we will move forward with the remaining classes in this interclub event, which is primarily for the more local drivers, and that would include the single-seaters, of course, in that division, rally cars as well. So that'll take us through, and then we'll move in, transition into the national championship classes. But it looks like we could have a meaningful battle here. We have a well-supported racing car class, which will be Class T7. We're looking at over a dozen machines there, and a nice assortment of rally cars, usual Mark 1, Mark 2 Escorts, but Peugeot 205 and Darien T90 to do the business there. So those classes next up as we go through the interclub event. Remember, we'll be taking 2 official runs as to the championship single. So the course vehicle returning back down the hill, just checking in with some of the marshal's post on the way down through back to its standby position at Wiscombe. So with the course vehicle parked up, we should be getting close to running again, and we are. So before we get to the rally cars and the racing cars from the inter-club meeting, we have Sports Libre, usually split into two capacity splits, but we've only got one competitor today, and that's Exeter driver John Reid coming down to the start line with his venerable Ford Anglia 2.9 litre V6 motor. So John will be looking to perform well against his own personal best, not having people to play with in the Sports Libre class. That's one thing about hill climbing. Even if your car might not be as ultra competitive as some in class, you've always got your own best time to beat, whether it be a dry weather time or a wet weather time. There's always something to be gained, and John is way off the line in 3.12 seconds. As down to the start line comes the first of our rally cars, the Peugeot 205 Phillips from Poole, 2 litre car. Let's see how John Reid's doing with the Angler. Out of the S's in 25 seconds. Nice wide line around saw bench hairpin, avoiding the steep camber on the inside of the bend. Phillips now through the gate into the S's, and Reid completes his climb with the 105 Anglia in 51.31. 51.31 for John Reid in Sports Libre class. Phillips with the Peugeot negotiating, lifting the rear inside wheel around Martini, as up through the S's we have Mark Linford with his 2 litre Mark S. Oh, very sideways for Mark as he puts the power on out of saw bench. With that, John Simpson is across the parkland with his Mark II Escort. John from Yelverton finished second overall in the 2020 Association of South Western Motor Clubs Hillclimb Championship in this car. A machine that was built back in the 1990s as a Forest specification rally car, purchased by John back in 2017. John's now on the power and slightly sideways, coming out of Martini in 44.07. 44.07 for John Simpson with the Ford Escort. On the hill, breaking his way up through now, David Merrick with his Mark II 2.5 litre machine, 6-speed sequential gearbox. for car 134 that clocked in at the top on 45.83. But whoa, Tim Porter, well, you know, it's a rally car class and you expect cars to be sideways. So Tim did the old Scandinavian opposite flick, had the car going one way on the approach to Saw Bench, then brought it around on the differential, powered it through the left-hand hairpin and took the machine over the line in a time of 44.65. 44.65 for Porter from Wimborne. That puts him second in the rally car class behind John Simpson on 44.07. Dave Merrick occupying third on 45.83. So 138 on the hill, which is Shelley Deacon with her OMS PR, moving us into the single-seater class. Shelley from St Dennis near St Austell. She's a finance manager for a specialist corporate solicitor's practice. No clues for guessing. She works for the people who've got their name on the side of the car, and why not? So Shelley on at the top of the hill along Castle Straight. Over the finish line, car 138 in a time of 45.80. As away off the line, we have 141 Tony Kiss with the Van Diemen RF 87, previous Formula Ford racing car in a former life, so to speak. Tony took it off the line in 2.81 seconds and now out of the S's in 22.07. As up towards Bunny's Leap, now have Andrew Mathis with his OMS. This is a PR chassis, 1988, powered by Suzuki GSXR motor, running on carburetors, no fuel injection, etc. And Andrew out of the S's in 20.14, and that's 41.63 at the top of the hill for the motorhome sales professional from Poole in Dorset. So Carol Nichols across the parkland with the Nike Formula Junior car built by her father. Carol, a sales manager for Komatsu. And now the very rapid MWR Storm takes to the track with Tom Williams at the wheel. Car came back down the hill needing a tow earlier on, but it's good to see those problems have been rectified. Now on up through the S's. Took fastest time of the day at the Clay Pigeon Sprint a couple of weeks ago over in Dorset. Third, 19.39 out of the S's for Tom and 40.83 at the top. So 145 out of the S's in 21.03. That's Ben Bonfield. And now Andrew Forsyth with the CF04 Suzuki powered OMS 1400cc Suzuki unit, and that propelled Andrew off the line in 2.55 seconds. 18.2 at the S's. Paul Crocker, the fastest man on the hill so far, the only driver to break under 40 seconds with the Jedi. That's a time of 39.68, but Forsyth could well be on to beat that. It's a 37.54 for car 146 Andrew Forsyth. Car 145 at the top in a 61.64. 61.64 for car 145. That was Ben Bonfield and 1:44 stopping the clocks. That was Tom Williams on 40.83. So the order in Class T7, Andrew Forsyth leading the way on 37.54. Paul Crocker in second, just under 40 seconds with a 39.68. Then Tony Bonfield on 40.49, running as 145A. Fourth and fifth occupied by Tom and Mike Williams. As we pick up some of the double-driven cars in the British Championship classes, 26A on the hill at the moment. It's Dylan Fletcher from Harrogate with this 1 litre Caterham 7. Dylan sharing the driving with Jonathan. And then the distinctive exhaust note of the Porsche Carrera. Running out on this run with the competition number 34A. So that tells us Laurel Wardle is driving it. Later on the car will return to the track running with just the straight number 34, and that will be the car's owner, Jonathan Williamson. But Jonathan and Laura, long-time driving partnership, going back to the 80s, I think, with this 911 Carrera, 3.2 litre machine. And Laura has it way underway along Castle Straight. Good exit, as one would expect from the hairpin, with the rear-engined configuration neatly around Martini. And 34A Wardle over the line on 49.52 for Laurel Wardle. As we stay with the double-driven machines in the national event, racing cars over 600 to 1100cc. 44A is the OMS 3000M with Harry Pick from Leamington Spa at the wheel, taking this 1100cc machine out of the S's in 18.84, and now under braking for the right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Stays away from the curbs there, that's his chosen route, and rapidly along Castle Straight. Takes a late apex at Martini and crosses the line in 38.51 for car 44A. That was Harry Pick with the OMS 3000M from Class I. Racing cars over 600 but up to 1100 cc's in the National Championship side of today's programme. So as we've basically run through all the classes for the interclub side of the programme, they will have taken their first of two official runs, remember, so the drivers will be given the opportunity of another run and therefore the chance to improve their times. But in Class T1 at the moment, Clive Stangle leading the way. That's road going series production cars. The Mitsubishi man came to the top in 42.83. And in fact, it's a Stangle lockout at the top of T1, because Jennifer's come through into second place on 44.61, with Anthony Wright in the S3 Audi occupying third with a time of 45.01. VW Golfman Alan Goodair in fourth, and Stephen Wareham with the Mini in fifth place. So Class T2 then, that was all about road-going specialist production cars, and the man who currently leads the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship for 2022 is Ian Ingleheart, and he's also leading that particular class, Class T2, with a time of 41.86. Ben Wheeler at the moment in second place on 42.70 with his R500. Joe Keep on his first meeting with the wide-bodied Westfield up into third on 45.49. So Joe's still learning about this car, but has managed to get at the moment a possible podium finish. Richard Burnett in fourth, Jim Faulkner, another wide-bodied Westfield Peddler in 5th place. Chris Edwards leads the modified series production division on a time of 42.43 with his Mazda 323 GTX. Don't see many of them in hill climbing, but Chris well with that, and he's got just about a tad over 0.3 of a second advantage over Steve Clark with the 2.5 litre Subaru Impreza on 42.75. Another Impreza in 3rd place, and that's the machine of Chris Beresford on a time of 43.31. Paul Talbot and Martin Stubbington round out the top 5 therefore in Class T3. Modified specialist class, specialist production class. We've got a time for Jeff Blake, none at the moment for his father Graham, but Jeff leading the way on 45.26 with the Vauxhall powered Westfield. Phil Pern with the Stuart Taylor R1 is in 2nd place, 50.62 is his time. Peter Eade unfortunately came back on the end of a tow rope, so we hope that can be rectified, and likewise Graham Blake can get out to set a time later in proceedings. Sports Libra, just John Reed there with the Ford Anglia on a time of 51.31. And then in the rally boys, the rally class, John Simpson leading the way. It's a bit nip and tuck though, 44.07, and just under 0.6 behind Tim Porter with the enthusiastically driven Darien. 3rd, another Escort man, Dave Merrick with his 2.5 litre diamond powered machine. Mark Linford and Andrew Phillips 4th and 5th. And the final class from the inter-club divisions caters for single-seater racing cars. Andrew Forsyth at the top of the order there, 37.54, also the fastest time of the inter-club side of the meeting so far. 37.54 with the CF04 Suzuki powered OMS. Paul Crocker with the Jedi in 2nd on 39.68, and then just over 40 seconds with a 40.49 for Tony Bonfield. Tom Williams and Mike Williams completing the runners there, but no time on the sheets so far for Ben Bonfield. We would expect that to be a factor at the top end of Class T7. So back onto the hill becomes the contenders for the British Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. And remember, they're taking 2 practice runs and 1 timed run. So this is their second practice run. As they go to the line, conditions still dry and long may they remain so. First man out, car number 17, Christopher Cuff. There's a name that's long been associated with speed hill climbing from Froome. And Chris is driving his Lotus Elise today, 1800cc machine. 2.86 seconds off of the start line as he gets on the brakes through the gate and into the S's. Or no problem there, all in good condition. 25.24 his time at the S's as he now makes his way up towards Saw Bench, the right hand hairpin, and with that we have the Volkswagen Golf in the hands of James Hodgson powering across the park line. James from Ottery St Mary, local competitor here at Wiscombe Park, obviously now taking in the British Championship classes as well, travelling the country with this 1781cc Volkswagen Golf. And the time for car number 17, that was Christopher Cuff in Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2 litres. That's 51.37. 51.37. Still practice, remember, for these competitors, but they're just chipping away, chiseling away at those times all the way along as way off the line with the Mazda Mx-5. It's John Maycock. His 1800, well basically 1900cc turbocharged machine. John on his own in Class A2 road going series production cars over 2000 cc's. Before we go to road going specialist production cars, and Robbie Burrell from Bury with his Lotus Exige V6 Cup car, 3.5 litre supercharged motor, giving us the propulsion here. Time for car number 20, Jonathan Langmead, the golf professional from Kenton, with the Lotus Elise 135R, is in the top paddock in a time of 43.62. James Hudson's time come at 19 with the Golf, 44.82. And we see the Mazda MX-5 of John Maycock, car number 22, take a time of 45.32. So it's the AMS Mertea on the hill at the moment, running as car number 25, so that tells us Mark Lawrence at the wheel, the Manchester driver, conducting this 2 litre turbocharged machine, which is with mechanicals based on the Subaru Impreza. Along Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill, rattles the marker posts on the inside of Martini, but they all stay standing, so it wasn't a Skittles type job. So car 25 at the top, 49.65, as around Saw Bench we have car 26, Jonathan Fletcher with the Caterham. We've already seen Dylan up the hill with this 1 litre machine. So Jonathan over the line in 43.31. 43.31 for car 26. Jonathan Fletcher from Harrogate in the Caterham 7. Right, those of you who follow hill climbing or have been following hill climbing for some time will be familiar with this bright orange Ginetta G15 in the hands of Andrew Russell, 1120cc machine. Andrew been competing for a good number of seasons with this machine in different states of tune, etc. But as is the case with a lot of hill climb cars, the specification is evolved as time goes by, and Andrew is neatly out of Saw Bench. Said goodbye to the S's in 23.13. and takes a wide line out of Martini at the top to clock a 47.51. Car 29, 47.51. As Jonathan Williamson out on the hill now, across the parkland and over Bunny's Leap with the Porsche 911 Carrera, previous Southwest champion with his 3.2 litre machine. Car 31, that's Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi Evo 6 over the line in 43.21, 43.21 for car number 31, and Andrew Russell with the G15 Janetta stops the clocks on 47.51. The green light shows, and away off the line goes Tim Painter with this immaculate Aston Martin Vantage GT4, which is also driven by Andy Fraser. A car that they painstakingly put together over recent seasons, self-built by the two. Took 2 years, in fact, and this is a lighter weight version of a car that they previously campaigned, which was the another GT4 Aston Martin, which came out of the ProDrive stables. So this machine 100 k's lighter than that previous edition, and now the striking Force LM with Mike Lee at the wheel. Time for Tim Painter then with the Aston. Car number 35, 48.29. Mike Lee off the line in 2.62 seconds and through the S's in just over 20. Takes a wide line into the hairpin at Saw Bench, up the middle of the track to Castle Straight, then takes a racing line through the hairpin at Martini. So Mike Lee, car number 37, posts a time of 41.45. And now the intriguing machine of Alan MacDonald, and that is the Mini Evo. Alan from Dalbeattie in Scotland started his motorsport career in motorcycles. He was a Scottish racing champion in 86 and 88. Competed in the Isle of Man TT on 13 occasions, then went on to started racing drag minis before he got the hill climb bug. So this current Mini Evo of his has a bit of mini about it. I think it's a couple of door hinges or boot hinges, but basically we're using the running gear from a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 2. So four-wheel drive mini here, being driven to good effect by Alan MacDonald and getting to the top of this 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park in 40.69, 40.69 for Alan MacDonald. And then we move to racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's, and Rob Clark with his Empire Evo. This is a 1 litre machine, car number 41, posting a time of 39.20. As across the parkland goes Nigel Pitt with his OMS, another 1 litre machine. Nigel stepped it off the line in a time of 2.4 seconds. It's under 20 seconds at the S's, as he takes a tight line around Saw Bench. And across the parkland we now have Steve Owen, Mr. OMS, sharing the 3000M with Harry Pick. And this 3000M is 1100 cc's. Time for Nigel Pitt then, car number 43, 40.81, 40.81. As Sarah Bosworth, previous Lotus driver, takes us into the Formula Ford pre-1994 class. Sarah aboard the Van Diemen RF85, so being Formula Ford, obviously 1600cc motor. We have 4 competitors here in that division. Caroline Ryder at the wheel of hers now, moving up towards Bunny's Leap. This is an RF 86, so 1 year younger. One presumes that's the chassis, not the drivers. And car 44 at the top of the hill. That was Steve Owen with the OMS 3000M on a time of 41.25 for car 44. Sarah Bosworth has a time to her name then. That's 45.98 for 46A. Sarah Bosworth getting the green light on the start line and away in 2.58 seconds is Alan Warburton with the Gould GR59 1600cc. So we're now looking at Class J2 racing cars over 1100 cc's up to 2000. Sorry, up to 1600 cc, so 1100 to 1600. Time for car 47A, Caroline Ryder with the RF86 Van Diemen, 46.33. And 54A was Adam Grennan, moving us into Class J2 there. Adam at the wheel of the Empire Evo 2, 1600 Evo 3, 1600cc, and a time of 40.88. And the Gould GR59 in the hands of Alan Warburton makes it across the line in 42 seconds dead, 42.00 to round out that batch. So we had a mixture of machines there. We dealt with some of the A drivers from the British Hillclimb Championship classes, so we'll return to that in due course and run through those divisions. Remembering, of course, that the British Championship contenders and their support classes take 2 practice runs and 1 timed run, and the interclub guys and girls were doing the reverse. So those of you who are arriving here at Wiscombe Park, let us offer you an invitation to the main paddock area. No additional charges, no transfers, etc. But come on into the paddock area. The main catering facilities are there, although there is food and toilets available at Wis Corner, which is the left-hand bend after the start line. But do come into the paddock sometime during the day, have a look at the cars, even talk to the drivers, as long as they're not feverishly working away on their motor cars. Get a little bit more of a flavour of the event, and those of you who are more technical bent may well enjoy looking at the cars up close. And for those of you who are joining us on the World Wide Web, then we are progressing through both a combination of time runs and practice runs. Of course, heading towards qualification and the first of the two top 12 runoffs, one today and one tomorrow. Slightly different programme of events than in recent years. So one top 12 runoff today and one again tomorrow. And one mustn't forget that in amongst all the motorsport there is the great Wiscombe Cake-Off, of course, which will be judged during the lunch interval. Unfortunately, Dave Pearce, who instigated the event many years ago, is unable to be with us today. So we won't have Dave overseeing the situation, but others have volunteered, so the competition will be going ahead, will be proceeding. So if you haven't deposited your cake at the Woolbridge Caravan at the bottom of the competitors' paddock, then that's where you should be heading sometime between now and the lunch break, I guess, as we bring down some more of the British Championship contenders. Who, those of you who've been around watching hill climbs for a few years will note that we've gone back to the wheel covers as single-use plastics, I think, have been, if not banned, frowned on. Having said that, I see some by the looks of things, so perhaps that's just an advisory rather than a rule. This is to keep debris and stones away from the soft tyres, the Avons and the Pirellis in the main, which the top contenders employ to get these fastest times. So Darren Gumbley comes to the start line with the Force 1600 machine, looking at Class J2 racing cars 1100 to 1600. Darren's away off the line in 2.42 seconds. This is in 18.12. And now at Sawbench, no problems to report there. Next person off the line from the same class will be Richard Spedding. Richard will be looking to later in the day to get himself involved in the top 12 runoff. Richard currently 7th in the championship with the GWR Raptor 15 85 cc's. Richard off the line in 2.37 seconds as he tackles the S's. Darren Donnelly finishes his run, car number 51, on 37.71. Waiting for the green light now, local driver Liam Cooper from Exeter with the Force TA. Still in Class J2. Liam and up the hill off the line in 2.63 seconds. Co-driven by his wife Olivia, who's the women's record here at Wiscombe Park. 19.15 out of the S's for Liam Cooper, and it's a 2.72 away from the start for Lee Griffiths with his 1660 OMS 28. Lee 18.43 seconds at the S's. This is a specially built higher booster to give low down torque, which will give good acceleration out of the bends, and that would be a great advantage here at Wiscombe. But Lee getting a little bit of understeer on the exit of Martini, avoided the bank, but it cost him some time. So car 56 takes a 38.83, whilst car 55, Liam Cooper, stopped the clocks a tad under 40 seconds on 39.39. So Alex Coles with the RF 86 on the brakes for the right-hander at the gate. And at the top, car 46 is Lindsay Summers, Summers' mother. 51.17 for 46. 51.17 for car number 46. So the green light's on at the start as we move through to the large racing cars, or towards the large racing cars. Car number 10 is the 720cc TA Force in the hands of Ian Price. Started his part of his motoring career as a road rally star, so Ian competing in class K1 racing cars over 1600 cc's up to 2000 normally aspirated engines, and now rocketing across the parkland. Sequential gearbox flicking up through the ratios goes car number 9, David Warburton. The any number 1 to 10 signifies the finishing position of that driver in the 2021 British Hillclimb Championship. So therefore we know David was a 9th, and car number 10, that of Ian Price, was the final top position last year, and Ian's just clocked a 36.52 with the TA Force. And over the finish line goes David Warburton, the Leominster driver, with the 1600 Gould clocking 36.94. Over Bunny's Leap, Richard Alexander takes us into class K2, which is 1600 to 2 litre racing cars, but with forced ignition. And this turbocharged 1300cc in the hands of Richard from Ferndown, clocked at 20.75 at the S's. As away around Wiss Corner goes Terry Graves, double driving with Tony Hunt in the large capacity class. So Terry gets to drive this machine first, and then he'll be returned down the hill and re-prepped for Tony to go out. This car, a Gould originally, but has had attention paid to it by DJ Race Cars, hence the nomenclature now of a Gould DJ55 XD. The XD referring to the Cosworth Indy style engine that is employed. Now Matthew Ryder, new to the top division this year, but really getting in amongst the top positions, currently in 5th place with the 4-litre Gould GR59JB. And Saul Bench was just about negotiated, but the bank on the outside got in the way there for car number 63. Just nudged the bank with the front offside. The marshals are out to see what they can do. Matthew has the car reversed and off into first gear, so he's now hoping that it was just a light touch as he goes up Castle Straight. Might have even not made contact, he might have just got on the brakes, but the condition of the cars looks generally good, so nothing too severe, but a dent in the confidence there. So we have time for 65A, which was Terry Graves with the DJ55 XD Gould on a 41.01 for 1.01 for car 65A. So a fail for 63, Matthew Ryder with the Gould GR59J, and a little bit of tidying up possibly to be done. I'm not sure that it's actually made any debris, so perhaps contact with the bank wasn't made, it was just a close call. So just to point out the number situation, the double drivers in Class L, 65A is in the programme down as Terry Graves. It's actually Tony Hunt. They've swapped around. So 65A, Tony Hunt, and Terry Graves as car number 65. But you can tell Tony because he's got the chrome crash helmet. Goes with the car, as you might have noticed. So that's a situation there in Class L. So all's well on the course after the stoppage of Matthew Ryder, and we're ready to go. All is clear to get back to action. We'll be dropping back into Class J2, racing cars 1100 to 1600 to pick up Andy Grennan with the Empire Evo 3. Andy off the line in 2.44 seconds. Andy, an accountant from London, out of the S's in 17.69 as we have the course vehicle on the hill, and he exits Saul Bench with a flourish good progress along Castle Straight into Saw Bench, stays away from the markers and clocks a 37.04. 37.04 for car 54. So remember the British Championship contenders here and their associated classes still taking practice runs. So there's just getting their eyes in, getting used to the track conditions here at Wiscombe Park, and just trying to assess where the limit lies with both them and their machines. So the volunteer marshals here at Wiscombe Park working effectively, getting those cars out of the top paddock and back down the hill. And we have also marshals out on the hill just sweeping up, keeping it in tip-top condition for the next cars, making sure there's no stones or debris that have been knocked on to the track by cars brushing the bank or something similar. So as we move towards the climax later today of the British Hillclimb Championship, just look at the top positions in that series. Double champion Wallace Menzies at the top with the gold GR59M with a points total of 205 at the moment after 22 rounds. So we got round 23 today, 24 tomorrow. So Wallace going well at the last two events at Val d'Isère, writing some new records, as did Alex Salmon. He was under the record there as well, and Wallace did well, 2 wins again. Booley Bay just before Val d'Isère, so on a roll at the moment. The Scotsman, having fought back, got into the lead of the series. Devoted Alex Summers with the DJ Firestorm down to second place on 197 points. So Alex will be keen to see if he can start putting pressure on Wallace here at Wiscombe Park this weekend. Previous champion Scott Moran in third place with the 4 litre Gould GR59J, and Scott's got a points total of 188. So that's the top 3, and then we fall away to 138 as the total for Trevor Willis with the OMS 28, and Matthew Ryder in 5th with his 4 litre Gould GR, which is for most of the season has been sharing with Will Hall, but Will stepped back from the drive, so the car's owner Sean Gould has taken up the second seat, or one could say possibly the first seat, in that Gould this weekend. So that's another factor when we get to that top 12 runoff. Just a reminder that as you work up through the hill, when you're spectating, if you go through to the S's, which is a very spectacular part of the hill, see the drivers working away furiously, you can then, in between the runs, under Marshall's control, pass across the track to Martini, just above the Martini hairpin, and then watch all across Castle Straight up to Martini Bend. Although spectating at Martini is only done from the outside, you can't get to the inside of the bend for safety reasons. But as I say, the crossing there, just above Sawbench, is only taken in between the runs, and that's been done now. Those cars have returned to the paddock, course vehicle back in position, and we go back to the action on track. Looking at Class K2, racing cars over 1600 cc's up to 2 litres with forced induction. And the man first on the hill is a local driver, Kelvin Broad from Exeter. At the wheel of his forced TA, 1300 supercharged unit in the back. Everybody focusing on maximising their performances, and if they're a British Hillclimb Championship contender, and you can follow those in the programme, whether they're chasing the championship or the British Hillclimb Cup, then they'll be looking to see if they can be among that elite dozen that gets to fight for points later this afternoon. So green lights on for Kelvin Broad. That means he could go depart the start in his own time. He brings up the revs and away through the launch split in 2.4 seconds. The sequential gearbox, meaning fast shifts, as many of these cars are equipped with, just finds fractions of a second all the way along. Out of the S's in 17.87 as he approaches the right-hander at the saw bench, takes the curb, chucks the car across the track a little, no huge time loss, in the middle of the course as he turns left through the hairpin at Martini to clock 37.26 for Kelvin Broad with the forced TA. Car number 7 tells us the man waiting on the start line, he's got the green light, is Paul Heyms. Paul with his Gould GR59, and as we can see from his competition number, finished 7th in the championship last year. Introduced to the sport of hill climbing by his father and his uncle, who's Steve Snell, and who still competes here at Wiscombe Park. But Paul, previous Leaders Championship winner. The Leaders Championship is now what we call the British Hillclimb Cup, and Paul took that championship with a BDG powered Malak 1820 back in 2001. Out of the S's in 18.07 with this Gould GR59, and car number 7 over the finish line in 36.80 as away up Castle Straight goes Paul Croot with an OMS 28, an unusual car in that it has a Jaguar engine and distinctive sound compared to the Cosworths, etc. But Paul from Saltash has a 3-litre machine in the top paddock on a 41.31 for Paul Croot, car number 64. So really moving through the elite of the British Hillclimb Championships. And number 6 coming down to the start line. Still practice runs, of course, for the British Hillclimb Championship boys and girls. This is Dave Uren with the Gould GR55B, which he sometimes shares with Nicola Menges. This is the ex-Martin Groves machine, which has taken 4 British Hillclimb Championships. So a car with impeccable provenance. Now powered by a 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren V8. Dave started hill climbing back in the late 80s with a Talbot Samba, and then decided to go into the sports cars with a Westfield before taking to single-seaters back in 2009. So the Director of Power Service Installations from Redditch is away off the line in 2.53 seconds. What's a torque from this 3.5 litre engine. Gets his eye in and brakes smoothly for the right-hander at the gate. And next to go, Trevor Willis, previous record holder here at Wiscombe Park. British Hillclimb champion in 2017, and then the following year, 2012, 2017, 2018 actually, with this this OMS 28 with a V8 motor, which is in fact 2 Hayabusa engines put together, producing about 500 brake horsepower. Time for Dave Uren, then car number 6, 36.75, as way off the line and around West Corner goes number 65, which should be Terry Graves with his revised numbering. So time for 5, which was Trevor Willis with the OMS, 34.65, 34.65. So now we're getting towards the serious bit. Bear in mind that the hill record stands to Wallace Menges at 33.13. So 65 in the top paddock. The Gould DJ55 XD in a time of 38.55, as 2.55 seconds was the launch for Sean Gould with his eponymous GR59J, powered by a 4 litre Judd engine. Just a bit on the curbs at Sawbench. He was out of the S's in 17.49 as Alex Summers is away off the start line. Man in second place in the championship. Car designer from Henley in Arden. Champion in 2015. And runner-up for the last couple of years. Well, 2021 in fact, after the COVID. Development driver for McMurtry Automotive, who set a new hill climb record at Goodwood, of course, recently in the hands of Max Chilton. Alex drove on the Saturday and Max stormed the hill following day. Alex storming the hill here at the moment with a 36.86, car number 3, 36.86. So Trevor Willis's time of 34.65 at the moment appears to be one of the faster times, but when it comes to the qualifying runs, these top drivers will switch it on. They'll be thinking about things like tyre pressures, maximising the traction control, how long the control's on, how heavy the application of the traction control is. All these things have a great bearing, cost them hundredths of a second, tenths of a second, all that matter on a 915 metre course that they're covering in 33 odd seconds. So 36.73 for Alex Summers. And waiting on the start line from Class K2, racing cars 1600 to 2 litres. This is the forced induction division. Is Wimborne driver Paul Alexander with his 1300 turbocharged Force PC. Just waiting till all is clear and okay on the course. And I see that it's been confirmed that Alex Summers, car number 2, received the flag. We got a red flag. That might well account for the time not being of the fastest that we've seen. So in theory a rerun possible there for Alex with the DJ Firestorm powered by a Cosworth XD engine, 2.65 litres. This is the type of engine that was originally found in the American IndyCar series. So a bit of cleaning and prep going on the start line to the tyres on Paul Alexander's Force PC, just making sure there's no stones and debris that's going to interfere with the run once Paul gets the A-OK. So then the Force man will be followed up by Scott Moran in the 4 litre Judd powered Gould. Scott, motorhome retailer from Ludlow and 6-time British Hillclimb champion. Currently in 3rd place in the British Hillclimb Championship. 9 points in arrears of 2nd place man Alex Summers. And then we will see car number 1, that of Wallace Mingies, the reigning British Hillclimb champion. But first into the action goes Paul Alexander on a launch of 2.82 seconds with this turbocharged machine. Let's see how he progresses into the S's, and it's a 20.38 as Scott Moran comes to the start line. Alexander's out of sore bench neatly. Moran launches in 2.34 seconds using the mighty torque of this 4 litre Judd. Over Bunny's Leap, feathering the throttle and then letting the car settle on the suspension before he brakes for the right-hander at the gate. Into the S's and out in 16.88 seconds as Wallace Mingies comes to the line. Car 61 at the top of the hill in 41.93. So Moran now on the brakes for Martini, smoothly through there and over the line in 34.98. So we're looking at 34s now. The times are coming down. Will they come down further with Wallace Mingies off the line with the Cosworth powered Gould in 2.26 seconds? The quarry owner from Alloa back at the head of the championship. He will want to build on that if at all possible. Clean, tidy, finding all the apexes going up through the S's, and he clocks 16.37. Smooth power delivery out of sore bench, just a twitch from the back end as the power is applied. Martini, smooth, again opposite lock on the way out and over the line in 33.74, ladies and gentlemen. 33.74 in practice. Let me remind you, the hill record is 33.13. We will have to wait and see what the afternoon brings as we move away from the large capacity racing cars of the British Hillclimb Championship to pick up the predominantly mini class, which is the Downton Motor Club. They're contesting their own Speeds Championship here at Wiscombe this weekend. You don't have to drive a Mini in the Downton class. And we'll see Simon Fox with his Renault Clio. And it can be all sorts of Minis. I think the basic thing is if you have an interest in Minis, then you're welcome. You don't have to compete in them. In fact, the man who founded the club, Steve Harris, who started his motoring career as an apprentice at Downton, the Tuners, just outside Salisbury, he campaigns an MG these days, MG ZR. But way off the line, car 160A. Launches in 33 seconds. Downton Motor Club running as Class R today in today's programme. Out of the S's in 25.41 with this 1400cc Mini, and cleanly out of Saul Bench. To clock a time for car 160A of 52.50, 52.50. So a double driver there in Class R, Downton Motor Club. So that I think is the only double driven car in that class. So the Mini will be the last to return down the hill, and then the rest of the division can get out onto the track as we move towards the recess at lunch break, where the main focus will be the Great Wiscombe Cake-Off, as it's termed, and that will take place at the Woolridge Caravan at the bottom of the competitor's paddock. So a brief delay as we need a tow to be employed from Paul Croot's OMS Jaguar. Bring it back into the paddock area. We hope that's not a terminal problem. So tow applied to the OMS and steadily car being recovered to the main paddock area. And as soon as that's achieved, we've got the Clark's vehicle back in its standby position at Wisk. We have an amassed array of minis from the Downton Motor Club at paddock exit, champing at the bit to get out onto the hill and strut their stuff. So red flags are coming in, the course is all good to go, and the Downton Motor Club contingent making their way down towards the start line. First up, Stuart Sampson with the Mini Clubman. First season in this car, which was previously campaigned by John Kirby. Holds the Downton modified production class record at Clay Pigeon, Lowton Park, here at Wiscombe, Llandau and Epping. Car was originally a 1970 Mini Clubman, heavily modified and lightened, now weighs in at just over 500 kilograms, plus the driver, powered by a 1380 A series motor producing about 125 brake horsepower, and 151 Stuart Sampson over the line in 45.55, so that puts him at the top of the order in Class R, previously occupied by Steve Harris, who's co-driving with Kevin Taylor in the Austin Mini rather than the MGZR that he intended to compete in. So over the line we now have 152. Zach Cobb from Poole, Zach a landscaper by profession with this Mini Cooper S R53, and he's clocked a time of 46.80. Next up, 153 is his brother Ethan, double glazing fitter by occupation. Ethan started hill climbing back in 2019 in a 206 GTI Peugeot with his brother Zach. Been competing in this current car since 2021, so the time for 153, that's a 48.91. 153 being Ethan Cobb. And now the distinctive Maguire Mini Cooper S in the hands of Derek Kessel. Derek, a workshop manager from Salt Ash, has been competing in sprints and hill climbs for, let's just say, a considerable time, in excess of 4 decades. At the top, car 154, Wayne Blacker with his BMW Mini, 47.68 is the time. So Derek Kessel with this space frame chassis Mini with a fiberglass Mini body. Work obviously very light, very competitive, and sets a time of 43.44, which goes to the top of the order in the Downton class, demoting Stuart Sampson to second, Zach Cobb down to third, as we see going across the parkland over Bunny's Leap, Simon Fox from Montacute near Yeovil with his Renault Clio. Simon is an engineer at Leonardo Helicopters in Yeovil. First time out at Wiscombe Park. And this Renault Clio of Simon's is absolutely standard. 1.4 litre, absolutely standard. Has previously competed at Goodwood and at Gerston Down, but it's his first visit to Wiscombe, so finding out which way the bends go and what it's all about. Steve Jarrett with his BMW supercharged Mini Cooper S car 156 at the top in 50.25. As into Wist Corner goes Graham Gonzalez from Cardiff. Graham, director of a Fair Games and gaming machine manufacturer. This car originally started live out in 1972. He's done a bit of rallying in his time before concentrating on hill climbing. And we see Graham Vingo from Dorchester in the top paddock with his BMW Mini supercharged 1600 machine in 50.77. 50.77 for Graham Vingo car 158. Graham Gonzalez then out of the S's in 23 seconds and over the finish line in car 159 in 48.10. 48.10 for Graham Gonzalez. And looks like we're heading towards a rerun for Alex Summers, having been flagged with the DJ Firestorm. And you've got to remember, any visit to the hill, it's all info, it's all experience. Car 160, Kevin Taylor with the Alston Mini in the top paddock on 51.01. So traction control aiding and abetting a departure in 2.36 seconds. 2.3 dead actually for Alex Summers from Henley in Arden with this IndyCar powered DJ. 16.27. Yes, are we going to see a 15 in the not too distant future? They're really beginning to turn it on now as Alex gets on the brakes, and the car stopped very quickly. 34 seconds dead for the man in second place in this year's British Hillclimb Championship. Car number 2, Alex Summers, 34 seconds dead. So that rerun for Alex brings that batch to a conclusion. So it'll be time to retrieve those cars from the top paddock. have the course vehicle out on the hill, and he will shepherd them all down, make sure there's no stragglers and that the hill is safe to go for the rest of the practice session. We have a lost property announcement. We have a lens cap, quite a large lens, doesn't say what size, but quite bad. Obviously black, as they usually are. It has some distinguishing marks, i.e. the manufacturer. So if somebody can prove it's theirs, then that's held at the commentary position at the moment. Lens cap, lost property. So those recent runs bring us to the end of this morning's activity on the track. We're now into the lunch break, which we're just about an hour, resuming at 2:30. So come down to the paddock, have a look around, and join us at the Wiscombe Cake-Off, adjacent to the the Woolbridge Caravan at the bottom of the paddock area. Once the judging's completed, the cakes will be sliced up, portioned up and sold for charity. The charitable trust, that is West Country Rescue, who support us here at Wiscombe Park and support motorsport events throughout the southwest.
Here.
It's great to be here after missing last year.
Yeah. Good that you've got your car back together this week. I understand it's been a bit of a busy week for you.
Yes, we had a few engine issues over the past few meetings, and then which kind of resolved itself in a fairly nasty way at Prescott. So yeah, this week's been very busy trying to get the engine out, get it off to RLM, who are going to rebuild it, and then get the parts for it, and then a variety of other things made it more complicated than you might imagine to get the engine back in again, having to modify the car slightly for the modified kind of improved engine cases and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been very busy. It's been touch and go whether I was going to get here or not, but I'm here, and it's Wiscombe, and it's fantastic to be here.
And the engine itself that you've got in there now, you say it's a little bit modified from what it was. do you have to run it in, or have you been able to put it in? Is it bench tested, or is it this like, we put it in and go for it?
Well, I ran it for about 5 minutes at about 12 o'clock yesterday lunchtime, and bunged it in the trail and brought it down here, and I ran it in on the way back down the hill after first practice. So.
And first practice went all right?
Yeah. It was just a bit. I'm just being very cautious with the engine, and just trying to work out, making sure everything's kind of working properly. So it was a very steady kind of run.
Yeah, and I know you're always a great supporter of Wiscombe. You always, I hope, still say it's one of your favourite hills. And is there any bits of the hill that you would say that are really technical that you're the master of? Or?
I don't think I'm the master. I suppose it's all about sort of keeping your momentum and pressing on in the right places and not pressing on in the wrong places, and being tidy around the hairpins and braking really well for the final martini. There's just a lot going on. You're busy all the time, and your decision-making process is very, very high here at Wiscombe, which makes it really interesting.
Yeah, because it means you've got to think very quickly, haven't you? Because if you're heading towards Martini and you suddenly realise this may not happen, this may not work, you've suddenly got to make a decision. Do you got a slip road or not? And how long would you leave it before the corner before you do that?
I think it's often you can, if you come off the brakes, you generally will turn in, but experience sometimes tells you if you lock up early on and you've got your braking point right, you aren't going to make it. So you've just got to be. It's a practice. You just think, I'll go up the slip road. But if it's qualifying or the runoff, you perhaps veer a bit more to thinking, well, it probably go round. And it'd be terrible to think you went up the slip road when you could have got round, and when it really matters.
I understand that. The car's over there behind us, number 5 on it. How long have you had that chassis now?
The chassis was new in 2013, so it's done quite a few seasons now. Yeah.
It's been a good car for you as well, I believe, hasn't it?
Yes, no, it's been very successful. It's never been the same. It's evolved every year. A variety of different changes and to try and improve it and make it more reliable and improve the performance of it. So yeah, it's ever changing. So it's very different to how it was in 2013. But it's a great car.
Yeah. Well, it's a great car. Great to see you here, and thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time. And hopefully, you'll have a good day tomorrow.
I hope so. It's fantastic being back here. Having missed it last year, it's just lovely to be back here. There's no place quite like Wiscombe.
It's lovely to hear that. Trevor, thank you very much.
Okay, cheers.
a reminder for everybody that the cake competition judging is taking place at the moment. Once it's been judged, the cakes will be cut up and you can take it away for a donation, which all the money goes to West Country Rescue that we arrange. So if you want to come along and have a look, there's quite a few people here, but we'd love to see a few more of you. Please make your way down. Thank you.
It's a
you know, it's not necessarily.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just preparing for this afternoon's runs. Marshals are back on their posts. The recovery vehicles also on post, and the officials are carrying out their final inspection with the Motorsport UK event steward, just to make sure that everything is correct. Safety conditions have all been adhered to, and everything is in place for us to continue this afternoon's meeting. So we have the second run from the Interclub event, which is, if you remember, basically the local drivers with some visiting championships, including the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship, the Downton Club, who are regulars here at Wiscombe Park. The Tilcoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, of course, is a staple here in that respect. And then we've got the one timed run for the national event, those that are chasing the British Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. And that one run will be the qualifying run for the British Hillclimb Championship contenders who are looking to qualify for the top 12 runoff, and it'll be the fastest 10 from that top 12 runoff who will score championship points for this is round 23 of the British Hillclimb Championship. We have a further round tomorrow, The season for British Hillclimb Championship contenders started at Prescott, then went across the water to Ireland, to Craigantlett, then back to the mainland up to Yorkshire, down to Wiltshire, and then we've been to such hill climbing names as Shelsley Walsh, Doon, Harewood again, and then across the water towards France, to the Channel Islands, including Boulet Bay and Val d'Isere on Guernsey and Jersey, or Jersey and Guernsey to be correct. So that has brought us 22 rounds. And from those 22 rounds, the reigning championship, Wallace Mingues, has amassed 205 points at this point to go ahead of the table, leading Alex Summers with the DJ Firestorm on 197. Alex was very much leading the series after a mega weekend back in May at Gerston Down in Wiltshire, where both he and Wallace Mingues were below the original record, but Alex ended up setting the new benchmark, so gets an additional point, as he did up in Doon. But Wallace has been amassing those extra points for fastest time of the day at Harewood and also across the water in Val d'Isere earlier in the month. So there's plenty to be had. And let me remind you that we've seen a 34 second climb and 30 knocking on the 33s, and the hill record is held by Wallace Mingues at 33.13. So we bear that in mind to see how in the heat of competition whether the hill record might be beaten today or tomorrow or even both. We will watch with interest. So with this inspections complete, the course signed off, we're back to the top of the order with the interclub event, which is class T1 in today's programme. And the first man out, Matthew Mills with the MG Midget, running as car number 70. Which is series production cars, class T1, currently led by Clive and Jennifer Stangle, first and second with the Mitsubishi. Anthony Wright in third place. So Mills on the hill. Looking to improve on that first run earlier of the day. Meanwhile, taking his position on the line, John Hollier from Hinton St George with the Seat Arotha. Started hill climbing just this season. Just being held on the start line. So Hollier gets the green light and maximises his line through the left-hander at Wiscorner, having clocked a time of 3.34 seconds at the split, adjacent to the bridge. Now on the brakes, right-handed through the gate into the S's, testing part of the 915-metre hill here at Wiscombe Park, and then on up towards Saw Bench Hairpin. John's 24.75 at the S's. As across the parkland goes Julian Rinaldi with the Ford Fiesta. Julian, a local garage proprietor, lives in Lima Regis. And he's followed up the hill by Stephen Hepworth, currently second in the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship. Finished the 2021 season in second place, and currently is trailing Ian Ingleheart in this year's series. So points on offer in that championship both today and tomorrow. Then some more events at the end of the season. So plenty of work to be done moving up the order. So way off the line with the Ford Puma goes Luke Holt, 1700cc machine. Car 75 clocked a time of 46.35. That's Stephen Wareham, of course, with the Mini. 74 was Julian Rinaldi with the Ford Fiesta. It's a 1 litre turbocharged car, which he pedalled to the top in 49.05 seconds. We now got Michael Sutton with his T-Sport Corolla Toyota in the top paddock with a time of 49.54 to his credit, as waiting on the start line for the green light, Alan Hawkins with his Mark III Toyota MR2, dates back to 2004. Gets used every day as a road car. Just come back from a 1,500 mile trip that included a visit to the classic Le Mans. Standard motor producing about 130 brake horsepower. So Ian Peacock completes his second climb of the afternoon with a Citroen C2 on a time of 50.83. 50.83. Still, obviously, Clive Stangle at the top of the division, with waiting on the start line. Another Toyota MR2. This is the machine of Peter Ramsden. Just gets the green light so he can make his start in his own time. Alan Webber on up the hill with the Lotus Plus 2. So at the top, car number 83, Andrew Webber with the Lotus Elan Plus 2, 47.50 as around Wiss Corner. And across the parkland we have John Wells with his Mazda, launched in 2.9 seconds. One at the top, 85, takes the time. Peter Ramsden, that was, with the Mark III MR2, 50.26, 50.26. Finish line in 46.58 goes 46.58 for car number 86. Waiting for the green light on the start line is Pekka Tulukas from Gloucester with his turbocharged Mx-5. Gets the green light and is away. Pekka, a software engineer by profession, and has been racking up a few trophies along the way. He's the Castle Combe Sprint class winner, taken class wins at Lowton Hillclimb, not to mention sprints at Goodwood and Pembrey. There's multiple Hill Climbing Sprint Association A3 class record. This 1.8 Mx-5 Mazda, originally manufactured back in 2006. Car bought cheaply on eBay back in 2019 and then built up as a competition car for the following season. Car 89 then, Michael Ford with the Audi S3, not the Lotus that we're used to seeing Michael at the wheel of. He's in the top paddock at 52.81, and Tulukas, car number 90, stops the clocks on 45.80. We have another Mazda Mx-5. Harry Harris, local man from Axminster. Started his motorsport in schoolboy motocross, continued as an adult. Car's improved from the performance aspects, got a roll cage as well for safety, bucket seats, lowered suspension, coil-over suspension. Change the differential settings to get as much traction as possible. As over Bunny's Leap, we now have Debbie Blake from Weymouth in her John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S. Debbie, many fastest women awards here at Wiscombe Park. As the time for Anthony Wright with the Audi A3 car number 92 is 44.53. That puts Anthony up into second place now, just nudging Jennifer Stangle down to third. Just 100ths of a second in it though. Clive Stangle still at the top on 42.83. Over the line goes Debbie Blake then, car number 94 in 48.77. Blasting way off the line goes Steve Roon from Plymouth, company director. Started his motorsport doing a bit of service crews for a rally team back in the 1970s, but didn't take up competitive driving till about 5 years ago. Car previously owned by Shelley Deacon, who we'll see later on in the single-seater class. Nice Simon Neve on the hill, and also Terry Headley with this amazing road-going BMW 325i. Amazing in that the car is used every day on the road. It's now clocked 244,000. And sprints since Terry bought the machine back in 2005. So a hard working car, as class leader Clive Stangle takes his second class run here with the Mitsubishi. His target time is the class leading effort of 42.83. He's out of the S's in 20.47. As across the line goes Terry Headley from Rowlands Castle with the BMW, car number 98 in 49 seconds exactly. Alan Goodell with the Golf on the hill, currently in fourth place, so he'll be looking to improve on his first run time of 45.49. So it's a 42.81 for Clive Stangle, so he's shaved 200ths of a second from his first effort, so he stays at the top of the order. As across the parkland goes Richard Smith, local driver from Ottery St Mary, at the wheel of his turbocharged Audi. Richard stepped it off the line in 2.8 seconds. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill, Alan Goodhair completes his climb with the Turbo Golf in 46.18. As we pick up car from the British Championship classes, car number 18, Peter Taylor with the Mazda Mx-5. Peter from Whitchurch in Shropshire. Classes himself occupation-wise as a farmer and general dog's body. Car 101 over the finish line. Richard Smith then with the Audi in 48.82. And we have Peter Taylor, car number 18, across the line with the Mx-5 in 46.50. Highly developed machine. Uprated anti-roll bars, coil-over Meister suspension. Standard brakes though, standard 6-speed gearbox, but driving through a limited slip differential. So with the course vehicle on the hill, we now know it's the end of the batch. So it's time to turn around those cars from the top of the paddock and bring them back down the hill. get the cars fettled up if they're to be driven by a second driver, and push on through the remaining classes that comprise the interclub section of today's meeting. So with the course vehicle back in position, that heralds the departure out of the paddock of the next batch of cars, headed up by Jennifer Stangle from Shaftesbury, running as 99A with the Mitsubishi Evo 5. Jennifer currently in 3rd place in Class T1 for road-going series production cars. Some 0.08 of a second in arrears of 2nd place man Anthony Wright. Clive Stangle, of course, leads the way on 42.81. So Jennifer gets the green light and launches the four-wheel machine away in 2.5 seconds. Smoothly across the parkland, over Bunny's Leap, then let the car settle, get on the brakes for the right-hander at the gate, into the S's. We look for her time, a split time at the S's, 21.04. So is she going to be able to improve on that 44.61? As away across the parkland goes 105, Ian Hodgson from Exeter with his 1800 Westfield. And following him up will be 4 times Wiscombe Park champion Ian Ingleheart. But meanwhile, 105, Hodgson's out of the S's in 23.59, and Jennifer Stangle stops the clocks at the top on 44.24. So that gets her back into 2nd place. So it's a Stangle 1-2 with Anthony Wright in 3rd place. As off the line goes Jim Faulkner with the wide body Westfield, 1 of 2. They'll be followed up by the version conducted by Joe Keep, who's currently on the start line. This is Joe's first meeting with this car. Competed at Wiscombe over the years, but getting used to the sports car, having campaigned Ford Fiestas and Focuses. So 107 out of the S's in 22.44. That's Faulkner's wide body. Joe Keep launches at 2.71. So 106 at the top of the hill, time of 42.07. That was Ian Ingleheart, which is Class T2, of course. Ingleheart with the Cosworth-powered Westfield SE, heading up Ben Wheeler at the moment. Ingleheart on 41.86, Wheeler having clocked 42.7. So red flags for Jim Faulkner and Joe Keep. So the wide-bodied Westfield boys both going to have the opportunity of a rerun. So while that situation sorted out, Richard Burnett on the line waiting for the green light with his 2-litre Westfield Aerospace. But he'll be held for a little while as we've still got red flags out on the hill. Red flags coming in. So Burnett should soon get the green light. Back to hill climbing in recent seasons after a 35-year layoff. Bought rather via Facebook Marketplace. Richard launched away off the line in 2.88 seconds. Now on the brakes, neatly through the right-hander at the gate into the S's, where we mark his progress with a 22.68. As away off the line goes the man currently in second place in Class T2. That's Ben Wheeler from Kilmington, a computer software sales expert. Previously campaigned an Empire Evo 2. This is the car that Jason Tunnicliffe's driving today, and then has turned to a Caterham 500. And now Alan Foster rounds Wiss Corner with the Morgan 1973 vintage car, now fitted with a 3.9 Rover V8 engine rather than the original 3.5. It also has a 5-speed gearbox. Alan's owned the car for 34 years, having bought it from the original owner with 17,000 miles on the clock. It has now covered 230,000. So across the parkland, revving hard is the Mini, the 115 with Paul Talbot at the wheel. Indian Thames, project manager by profession, and we have the time for car 109, 45.53. Ben Wheeler in car 111 clocks 44.41, so no improvement there for Ben. He stays in second place. And car 112, Alan Foster stops the clocks on 51.29. We now have the 1275 GT in the hands of Paul Talbot at the top, 115. That is, with a time of 45.42. Next away from the start line will be Martin Stubbington with his Golf GTI Mark 1 Series Golf. Improved suspension, Quaife limited slip differential. The original 8-valve block bored out to 1870 cc's, and then Martin's fitted all sorts of paraphernalia such as a full race cylinder head and camshaft, modified Jetronic mechanical fuel injection which helps to produce 160 brake horsepower when set up on the rolling road. And now Martin's going to show us how well it goes on the track as he gets the green light. Goes through the bridge split in... We haven't got a bridge split. Right, okay, so he goes across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. Heading through the gate into the S's. So time, no time recorded in fact for Martin Stubbington with the Golf, so possibly a technical gremlin got in there. So the opportunity of a rerun for Martin in due course. Currently Marshall's working in the S's, doing a bit of sweeping and tidying up. Somebody's been riding the curbs and brushing the banks, bringing debris onto the hill. So just got to get that removed, and then we'll release the next man out onto the track. And that will be Chris Edwards with this unusual, in hill climbing terms, Mazda 323 GTX. 1800cc engine provides the propulsion. We got 4-wheel drive. It weighs not much over 1,000 kilograms, 1036, and that 1800 motor produces in the order of 500 brake horsepower. Chris has had the car for 22 years. First qualified as a paramedic. Along the way has been slowly improving it and building it up to the specification that it now is. He looks to fit it with a limited slip diff on the rear axle. A lot of time with wheel spin out of the tight corners, so if you're spectating Sampson or Martini, you might have a look at that. As around West corner off the start line, we have Steve Clark, car 120, with the Subaru Impreza. Steve garage owner from Exeter, and a regular here at Wiscombe Park. Currently second place in Class T3, modified series production cars. So he's training the Mazda at the moment, but ahead of the Subaru Impreza driven by Chris Beresford. That's just launched in 2.43 seconds. Out of the S is 20.26. Time for Steve Clark then, car 120, 42.19 against Clive Edwards with the Mazda car 119, 43.46. So Steve Clark goes to the top of the order in Class T3. So the local driver leading the visitors in Class T3. Paul Talbot currently in 4th place, Martin Stubbington in 5th. So it's actually Graham Blake driving Class T4. We've been informed, but now it's Phil Pern on the hill with the Stuart Taylor R1. Phil currently in 2nd place. But Peter Eade just gone over the finish line. The Westfield in 44.81, car 123 at a time of 44.81. The gremlins of this morning have been laid. First of all, we had gear selection problems for Peter Eade in the Westfield. Then a fuse went, which of course was an fuel pump starved the fuel system, and the Westfield stopped, but all that rectified, and Peter goes fastest in T4 now on 44.81, with Graham Blake in 2nd place on 45.26. Graham's son Jeff unable to drive this weekend, torn the calf muscle and can't operate the brake or the throttle properly, particularly the brake, so he's had to stand down. So Father Graham doing the drive solo. So the order in Class T4, Peter Eade, Graham Blake, Phil Pern. As we move to a double-driven single-seater in the Interclub event, car 145, Tony Bonfield with the Jedi, 19.5 out of the S's. Now negotiating Martini neatly and cleanly to complete his climb in 40.35 for car 145A, which is Tony Bonfield, currently in 3rd place in Class T7 for the single-seaters. So that brings us probably to the end of the batch. Of course, vehicle not on its standby position, so has moved off up the hill to retrieve those cars from the top paddock, which will then enable us to work through the final two classes. The rally cars, of course, well, three classes to be honest, because we mustn't forget Sports Libra. John Reed running solo there in class T5 with the Ford Anglia. And then we have the rally car class and the single-seater racing cars before we move to the national championship classes. And of course, remember, they're going to have this one timed run in which to qualify for the top 12 runoff. So they've got to nail it. They've got to come out, they've got to be on it straight away, error-free, if they want to go through to the top 12 runoff. And that's the only way to score points, so it's an important consideration, because they'll be looking to get a few more points in the kitty in round 23 of the British Hillclimb Championship. So if you've yet to make your way to the paddock, please make that part of your itinerary this afternoon. Have a look at the cars at close quarters, and indulge yourself in the catering. We've also got an additional catering outlet at Wiscombe, but got two further units in the main paddock area, providing all sorts of goodies, hot and cold foods and sweets, etc., teas and coffees. Got caddies, ice creams, and of course the licensed bar. Must have a licensed bar to hill climb. So Andrew Forsyth still the fastest driver in the interclubs side of the programme today, with the OMS CF04 on 37.54 seconds, ahead of Paul Crocker, who's the only other driver breaking under 40 seconds with a 39.68. Those outright times will start to change, of course, as soon as we get to the qualifying round for the British Championships, because then those times are official and they will feed through, and of course we would expect there to be some cracking times from the leading competitors there. They got switched on quite quickly this morning, and we're down shadowing the hill record of 33.13. So is that going to go in due course? Don't go away, as they say. So Graham Blake, next man out, taking us back to the inter-club event, and Class T4 in particular, modified specialist production car classes, not running as 125A as he is in the programme, but taking over the number of his son Jeff, 125. Jeff, as we mentioned earlier, unable to compete this weekend due to a severely pulled calf muscle. The driver uses the Vauxhall power machine way off the line in 2.98 seconds. Graham's many years of experience in production car trials helping him feel the way off the line. The red top 2-litre Vauxhall motor powering him through the S's in 22.07. Lots of work done this season on the limited slip differential. New settings have improved the handling of the car. Out of the S's in 22.07. How does that translate at the top of the hill? It's a 44.50. As Exeter driver John Reed takes us into the Sports Libera class with his Ford Anglia, this mighty 2.9 litre V6 powered machine. And now the rally cars, led out by Andrew Phillips from Poole with the Peugeot. Currently lying 5th in the class with the Escort of John Simpson leading the way. Time for car 125. At the top of the hill, 44.50. 132 around West Corner. Here's Mark Linford with his Mark I Ford Escort. And laying rubber off the start line to good effect. It's car 134, David Merrick with his Mark II Escort. 2.5 litre motor, 6-speed sequential gearbox, 6-linked LSD Atlas axle. This is a Millington Diamond 2.5 litre engine producing 330 brake horsepower. But now the class leader John Simpson's away off the line in 2.9 seconds. So he's taken 0.03 of a second off of Merrick in the dash to the first bend. Time for Mark Linford with the Escort, 45.72, and Andrew Phillips with the Peugeot car 131, 45.28. Dave Merrick in the top paddock on 45.05, so that puts him into second place. But on the hill, Tim Porter, the man who was spectacular at Martini on his first run, as was John Simpson on his second. Porter's now out of sore bench in his chase down of Simpson to see if he can take top honours in Class T6. He's smoother through Martini this time, which nets the Wimborne driver of car 136 a time of 44.13. John Simpson with the 2 litre Escort stop the clock, or 2.5 litre Escort stop, no, 2 litre is John Simpson, sorry, stop the clocks on 43.94. So Simpson stays at the top with that improved time. Tim Porter second on 44.13 and Dave Merrick third on 45.05. So Gary Hull waits on the start line which means we're into Class T7 racing cars. Way off the line, 2.62 seconds. With this car they purchased back in November the 21st. It's got a couple of sections in class at Gerston. 3 top 12 runoffs, but probably not British Championship runoffs. So off the line in 2.75 seconds, we have Shelley Deacon with the OMS PR. Shelley out of the S's in 21.81 as stepping off the line goes Paul Crocker from Plymouth. Paul currently second in Class T7 for the racing cars in the Inter-Club event on a time of 39.68. But taking to the line now, Tony Kiss with the Van Diemen RF87, previously in Formula Ford racing, but still equipped with a 1600 Ford engine. Eases away off the line in 2.82 seconds. So the leading time from earlier this morning in Class T7 is 37.54, posted by Andrew Forsyth. Andrew Mathis waits for the green light on the start line with his OMS PR. And away towards West Corner in 3.15 seconds. Andrew competed with the Downton Motor Club for a number of seasons with a 1300cc low-cost sports car, and then moved on to single-seaters. Time for car 139 Paul Crocker at 38.76, so improved time keeps him in second place. Also in the top paddock we have 141, that's Tony Kiss with the Van Diemen on 47.10. So pool driver Andrew Mathis has also completed his run with the OMS car 142 in 40.01. That moves Andrew up to third place at the moment, demoting Tony Bonfield down to fourth. Mike Williams in fifth, as up to the start line comes the rapid Ben Bonfield with the Jedi. Then launched 2.45 seconds with this basically development car. Two types of motor currently powering it, a hybrid of the GSXS and the GSXR. Ben, a proven rapid driver, 2016-20 ASWMC Sprint Championship, Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs. He's taken the Central Southern Hillclimb Championship, the Cornish Speed Championship, and currently leads the 2022 Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs Hillclimb Championship. So he's out of the S's in 18.13, but I can see marshals on the track at Saw Bench, but my images are somewhat pixelated, I'm afraid, so I can't see what is going on. Carol Nichols' time with the Nike car 143, time of 52.65. A fail for Tom Williams, running as 144 with the MWR Storm, and that's led to Ben Bonfield being red flagged. So the Taunton driver will get the chance of a rerun in due course as Andrew Forsyth waits on the start line to see if he can sew up victory in the inter-clubs section of today's meeting. Currently lies fastest with the Suzuki powered OMS CF04 on 37.54. So once we've got the track sorted and everything's looking good there, then the Shillingstone driver will be able to make his bid for an improvement to see if he can secure fastest time of the day in that particular part of today's meeting. We would anticipate that overall fastest time of the day will go to one of the British Championship runners. So certainly a lot of activity at Wright. We can see marshals moving around at Sawbench, hairpin. So a bit of recovery. Will the car roll? Yep, they're just getting Ben Bonfield underway, and it looks like he's going to come back. Yep, he's going to come back down the hill. Marshals wheeling Andrew Forsyth away back off the start line. So Bonfield will come down, turn the Jedi around and take a rerun immediately with this Mark IV Jedi, built in 1995 and currently under improvement and development by Ben and his father Tony. Ben actually holds one of the national records here at Wiscombe Park from the back in the days when he and his father competed in the Black Mini. If there are any regular followers of hill climbing here today, they'll remember that. And in fact, Ben's record in modified series production cars class C1 dates back to July 2016. But young Bonfield back into the approach to the start line. Marshall's quickly trying to dust down his tyres, and Tony Bonfield arrives with the special gloves ready to finish off cleaning up of the tyres. As Ben sees to see, can he get on terms with the 37.54 second time of Andrew Forsyth that currently leads the class. Red flags still out. There's marshal activity up at Martini, just between Martini in fact and the finish line. We've replaced some of the track markers up at Martini. As we await the final tidying up at Martini. Viewers on the World Wide Web are watching an on-car video of the hill at the moment. They're in the passenger seat going along Castle Straight on the brakes for Martini, and around a little bit of opposite lock there and over the start line. So if you can't make it to Wiscombe Park, look out to see if the event is being streamed. Not all events, not all meetings are, but you might well see some on-car activity. Still lots of orange Marshall suits in the track up at Martini, so work continues apace. So a little bit of car recovery is what's taking the time. It's the MWR Storm of Tom Williams. Marshal the fire extinguisher walking away, so they obviously don't feel they need the fire extinguisher anymore. And the pictures are gone, so I'll have to wait for a little bit more information. Marshals now returning to their post by the look of things, so progress is being made. Back to their post at Martini. Hope to see the red flags coming in sometime soon. In fact, they're in at the gate, and that message will cascade down through the post at Bunny's Leap to Wisk Corner, flags in, and then to the start line. So the start line marshals can form up, ready to accept Ben Bonfield. Gonna have his rerun with the Jedi. Don't forget Ben's target time if he's going to try and wrest the class winner and fastest time of the day, for that matter, away from Andrew Forsyth, 37.54. Fastest time of the day of the inter-clubs section, not overall, I must clarify. So Bonfield Jr. up to the start line, quickly positioned by the start line crew. He awaits the green light. Green light on. And away he goes. And launched in 2.54 seconds from the bright sunlight of the parkland into the shade of the S's. He's a low 18 at the S's, 18.09, as he rounds Saw bench quickly on the throttle, just a tad of opposite lock as Forsyth is away with the OMS, launched in 2.52 seconds, so 200th of a second faster off the line than Bonfield, and Ben completes his climb at 37.69, so pushes that first time of Andrew Forsyth very closely. But what's the OMS man doing now? He's also 18.2 at the S's. Now on the brakes for Martini, smoothly and quickly through there in a 37.49, so he's found 0.05 of a second and ends up 0.2 of a second faster than Ben Bonfield in class T7, with Paul Crocker in third place on 38.76. So now we've got a couple of reruns for the wide-body twins, wide-bodied Westfields of Jim Faulkner from Congressbury near Bristol, and local man from Honiton, Joe Keep. Faulkner in the yellow Westfield with the racing stripe, and Keep with the red variant. Got 108. So Faulkner is away off the line neatly and tidily in 2.89 seconds on his final competitive run of the afternoon. And now Joe Keep launches away. It's car 108, who seems to have departed the start line and no times are coming through, so not sure. There, 107 is Jim Faulkner at the top in 46.86 for Jim Faulkner. At the moment puts him in still for 5th place with that first run time of 46.14. So now we go across to the national event. So no time recorded for Joe Keep, car 108. So we now move across to the British Championship side of the programme. We'll pick up some double drivers there with the Murtea of the shared couple. 25A John Pick from Birmingham around the start line and away in 2.55 seconds. With this car, he's built up from the mechanicals, the running gear of Subaru Impreza. So he's through the gate into the S's, launched 2.55, and through the S's in 21.97. Coming out of you can see him coming out of the shadows into the sun at pictures are gone at Saw Bench, so we assume he got round Saw Bench, and now he's on Castle Straight safely there into Martini, clobbers the marker on the inside and takes a time of 45.15 as Laura Wardle makes her start with the Porsche Carrera, sharing of course with Jonathan Williamson, this long time driving duo with the 911 Carrera, still following the British Championship trail with his 3.2 litre machine. Meanwhile at the top, 26A that's Dylan Fletcher, sharing the 1 litre Caterham with Jonathan, and Dylan takes a time of 43.16. And John Pick with the AMS Murtea stops the clocks on 45.15. So out on the hill is the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 with Andy Fraser at the wheel. It's 23.71 in the S's, and Laura Wardle completes her climb in 48.73 with the Porsche Carrera. That's way off the line and around this corner in 2.42 seconds goes Harry Pick, taking us into racing cars 600 to 1100cc. Harry sharing the driving duties in the OMS 3000M with Steve Owen today. So Harry with this 1100cc machine out of the S's in 18.11. as he heads towards, well, he heads around Martini by the looks of things, and 44A clocks a time just over 38 seconds, 38.01. But a little bit of work for marshals to be doing at Saul Bench by the looks of things. Course vehicle out on the hill, so end of batch. So we'll bring those double driven cars back so the other driver can be installed, and of course most of the cars, unless there's a rerun that we've not picked up, their work is done in the Interclubs permit event, and we'll see some of them at the awards presentation at the end of the afternoon. So back to the on-track action, and it's the rally cars out next, or at least one of them. Mr. Tim Porter with the Darien, currently in second place. Time of 44.13 against the class leading time of John Simpson, which is 43.94. So the Vauxhall, 2 litre Vauxhall powered Darien over Bunny's Leap, and Tim on the brakes for the right-hander at the gate. His progress in the S's at 21.01. As away off the line goes the wide-bodied Westfield, driven by Joe Keep. This is a rerun for the Honiton estate agent, and he's swiftly over Bunny's Leap and on the brakes to go into the gate as Porter crosses the line with the Darien car 136 in 43.75. So that improves his time. It improves his position as well, because he goes top dog in class T6, goes first with a 43.75 now, which is 1900ths up on John Simpson, with David Merrick in third place. Time for 1:08, which was Joe Keep, 45.92, 45.92 for 1:08. So now we move across to the national event, British Championship and British Hillclimb Cup classes. And first of all, we look at road-going series production cars up to 2000 cc's. And the first man to run there with the Lotus Elise is Chris Cuff. The hill climbing dynasty that is the Cuff family from Frome. The 1800cc Lotus Elise. He's way off the line in 2.69 seconds. And strides across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. And then lets it all settle, gets on the brakes, turns right through the gate. And we'll see how the times are. Yes, this is a 24.70. There's 1800 Lotus Elise, and going over Bunny's Leap, having launched in 3.14 seconds, is James Hodgson from Ottery St Mary with his 1781cc VW Golf. The time for Christopher Cuff, car number 17, is 50.06. 50.06. Now away off the line, 2.75 seconds. John Maycock moving us into Class A2, road going series production cars over 2000 cc's. The raucous exhaust note of the Lotus Exige V6 Cup car, driven by Robbie Birrell. 3.5 litre supercharged motor in the back of this Lotus, punching him up the hill and out of the S's in 21.23 seconds. As at the top of the hill, John Maycock with the Mazda Mx-5 takes a time of 44.35. Off the line goes Mark Lawrence from Manchester, sharing the AMS Murtea with John Pick. So this 2 litre turbocharged car, which uses Subaru Impreza running gear, out of the S's now in 24.03 seconds. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill, Robbie Birrell with the Lotus stops the clocks on 43.92, car 24, 43.92. As up towards Bunny's Leap, we have Steve Challoner from Weymouth in Dorset. Started hill climbing back in the early 2000s with a Suzuki Swift GTI. But retired for sport while he retrained and moved into the new profession as a radiographer, and then returned to the sport last year with a completely standard Citroen C1. Had big end bearings go on his red car, which we may have seen him in before, earlier in the season in fact, so had to cancel a number of events this season, but has now acquired this grey C1 which he's in today, and Steve's pedalled it to the top in 54.34 for Steve Challoner, and over the finish line in 43.58 goes Jonathan Fletcher from Harrogate with the 1 litre Caterham 7. So Jonathan in second place now. But it's a Fletcher family affair with Dylan leading the way on 43.16. So it's just over 0.4 of a second splitting the duo. Robbie Birrell third in Class B at the moment with the Lotus, ahead of John Pick and Mark Lawrence, who are of course driving the AMS Mertea. So Class C1 is about Steve Challoner, and the car on the line at the moment in the hands of Andrew Russell. It's 1120cc Genetic G50 Hellman Imp engine, of course, in the back of this car. Andrew from Arlesford. Out of the S's at 23.11 seconds. Salisbury driver Stephen Moore is away off the line with his Mitsubishi Evo 6. Stephen been hill climbing since 2010. And the Carrera 911 of Jonathan Williamson. Tail sits down, typical Porsche pose as he accelerates off the line and through the bridge split in 2.43 seconds. Meanwhile, Andrew Russell stops the clocks with the Ginetta car number 29 in 47.08 to take the victory in Class C1 over Steve Challoner with the standard Citroen. So Steve Moore currently leads the way in Class C3, modified series production cars over 2,000 cc's. Andy Fraser with the Aston Martin currently in second place, as we see that car on the hill now in the hands of Tim Painter. It's a lightweight GT4 built up over the course of 2 years. Meanwhile, in the top paddock we have Jonathan Williamson with a 43.83 second climb to his name, and waiting on the start line for the all clear is Mike Lee with the Force LM, as Jonathan Williamson is along Castle Straight now on the brakes at Martini. Big car to haul round Martini, and over the line in 45.97. That's car 35, 45.97. As into the S's, Mike Lee clocks a 19.85 as he approaches Saw Bench, the right-hand hairpin. Alan McDonald with the Mini on the start line. It's a four-wheel drive car, but he may be red flagged, or has... No, Mike Lee's got going again. He was slow coming out of Saw Bench, but away over the line in 45.73 for Mike Lee, running solo in the Sports Libra class. So, urgent note of the Empire Evo, driven by Rob Clark, heralds his qualifying run this afternoon. 1 litre engine in this machine, car number 41. Rob from Kinlet, and out of the S's in 18.29, as way off the line 2.43 seconds. We have James Moore from Froome with his Empire 00, another 1 litre machine. Clark is over the line, car number 41 in 38.77. He's doing some tyre warming on the way down to the start line. We have Nigel Pitt with his OMS. So Harry Pick leading the way in Class I, racing cars 600 to 1100 cc on 38.01, with Rob Clark in second place. James Moore, car number 42, in third with a climb of 39.56. Out of the S's in 19.29, we have Nigel Pitt then, so he should be coming up Castle Straight now. On the brakes for Martini, nice and neat away from the markers in 39.76, car number 43, 39.76, with Steve Owen on the line. Steve, of course, the race car manufacturer that is OMS, and sharing the 3000M today with Harry Pick. So the York driver way off the line in 2.45 seconds with his space frame chassis, which was built up in 2018 for Harry Pick. Currently running with a standard Suzuki GSXR 1000cc engine, which is running on methanol. Steve competed in sports cars, OMS sports cars, of course, of his own construction, but also cars in the 500, 600, 1100, 1600, 2 litre and over 2 litre classes. Let's see what time he can deliver. Car number 44. Got a bit confused there. 43 we should be talking about, which is Nigel Pitt. He's at the top in 39.76. Car 46A out of the S's in 21.71 and now crosses the line in 45.34. So Harry Pick still leading the way in Class I. Car 43 then, 39.76 around West Corner. Goes 54A, which is Andy Grennan with the Empire Evo 3. And the accountant from London at the wheel of this 1600cc machine, followed off the line and launching in 2.49 seconds by Alan Warburton with the 1600 Gould GR59. Time for car 47A is 45.57. 45.57. In class. So 38.39 is now the target time in Class J2 with 49 Alan Warburton stopping the clocks on 43.21. 43.21 for Alan Warburton. Slots him into second place at the moment, so that exhausts the double drivers in that batch, and enables us to look at closing the hill down and bringing that batch of cars back down the hill once we've cleared a few cars that are making their way up to the top paddock. Cars from the interclub side of the event which have done their work for the day. The drivers can go to their caravans, tents, motorhomes, kick back a bit, relax, sit in the increasingly bright sunshine here at Wiscombe Park this afternoon. And if you've got a bit of a thirst on, don't forget we have the bar here in the main paddock area. Refreshments also at Wisk Corner. So the retrieval of those cars from the top paddock all complete, and we continue into this one qualifying run of the British Hillclimb and British Hillclimb Cup classes. So we're now getting into the single-seater divisions, and this is where we'll be expecting qualifiers for the top 12 runoff to come from. And first man down to the line will be 51 from Class J2 racing cars, 1100 to 1600 cc's, and 51 is the Darren Gumbley driven 1600 force. Darren just tyre warming, spinning the wheels up, getting a bit of heat into the tyres. So at the moment, Adam Grennan fastest in J2 on 38.39. And launches away at 2.29 seconds. Quickly across the parkland for Darren Gumbley into the S's and away in 17.47 seconds. Storming on up towards the hairpin at Saw Bench. Just climbs over the curbing on the exit, so he was wide in, tight out at Saw Bench. Hurls the car through Martini to clock 36.48 for car 51. We now have Richard Spedding on the hill. Richard very much in the championship equation at the moment, 7th in the 2022 positions at the moment, and he's out of the S's in 16.96 seconds. So we're really turning the wick up now, and over the line for Richard in 35.09. Looking to get into this top 12 runoff. Out of the S's in 18.35. Then we have Liam Cooper from Exeter with the Force TA, 1600cc car. And now coming over Bunny's Lee Griffith, who launched in 2.36 seconds. Lee from Burton-on-Trent with his OMS 28, powered by a Hayabusa. Lee made the runoffs here at Wiscombe back in 2018 when it was a little bit damp in mixed conditions, and he's over the line this afternoon in 37.01. That's car 56, a time of 37.01. He's edging away off the line. There's Jonathan Varley. We're now looking at K1 racing cars, 1600 to 2 litres with normally aspirated engines, and it's a 17.49 for Varley coming out of the S's, as Price takes the TA Force off the line. Landilo driver getting to the split in 2.44 seconds. But we have Jonathan Varley with the GWR Predator, car number 57 in the top paddocks on 35.81. As around Wiss Corner, we move to car 46, back up to Class J1, Formula Ford pre-1994. And Lindsay Summers from Tenbury, Wales with this Van Diemen RF85. Stepped it off the line in 2.77 seconds. Meanwhile, Jonathan Varley completes his climb 35.81. David Warburton, last year's championship, eases off the line in 2.3 seconds with the 1600 Gould GR59. The Luminster driver into the S's and out in 17.38 seconds. Meanwhile, at the top, Einan Price, car number 10, takes a time of 36.11. 36.11. All desperate to get into that top 12 qualifying bracket. Tony Hunt running his car 65A. Swap round between car 65 and 65A. So this is actually Tony Hunt with the chrome helmet in the Gould DJ 55 AXD. Originally a Gould GR 55, but been breathed on recently by DJ racing cars, so it's got a new type number. Tony Hunt then accelerates out of Saul Bench, having clocked 18.24 seconds in the S's. Alex Coles completes the Formula Ford runners with a launch of 2.84 seconds in his RF86 Van Diemen. Coles, local-ish driver from Plymouth, out of the S's in 20.84. Blasting away off the start line goes Andy Grennan with the Empire Evo 3. Meanwhile, 65A at the top, Tony Hunt in 38.43. 38.43. Alex Coles completes his climb car 47 in 44.42. And Andy Grennan hasn't got to the S's, made it through the gate. Time for Alex Coles is a 44.42 with the Formula Ford. So at the moment, Richard Spedding, the fastest qualifier at the moment. But the really quick guys yet to come. So 35.09 is the time to beat if someone wants to be in that elite bracket of 12 drivers to go forward to the runoffs. So at the moment, certainly all the provisional qualifying places occupied by single-seater racing cars. Alan McDonald, the only interloper in the top sort of 16, and that of course with the Mini Evo, the four-wheel drive Mitsubishi powered Mini, with a time of 40.27, so already outside the qualifying bracket. So a fail confirmed for car 54. Andy Grennan. So once we've determined the top 12 runoffs, we will then go to the cars of the Downton Motor Club. They will get their final run of the afternoon before we come back with the fastest top 12. And they'll be looking to reduce that to 10-point scorers. So the marshals on the start line just getting prepared. Right, so those of you on the lower part of the hill might well have heard the message from Jason Hayes, Clark, the course, that car 54 departed from the track, but the driver is out of the car. It's been looked at by the doctor and judged to be A-OK. So now the marshals and the recovery teams have to work on extricating the car from the greenery, I would imagine. So we'll be without any activity on the hill for a little while whilst that is achieved. And then, as I say, we will go to, once we've got the qualifiers sorted out, they'll have a brief time to get back down to the main paddock area, prepare their cars, and whilst they're doing that, the Downton Motor Club will be on the hill, and then we'll go in to a fitting finale with the top 12 runoff.
Yeah.
So with the car recovered and back into the paddock, all the official vehicles stood down back to their standby positions and waiting for the thumbs up on the start line. We have Richard Alexander contesting racing cars 1600 to 2 litres, Class K2 in today's programme. That's for cars with a forced induction. And you will see all the turbocharger gubbins sticking out on the offside of the rear of the Force PC. 1300cc turbo power. So just firing up the machine, ready to get this critical time run underway. First car to run in K2 includes Paul Heyms, who was 7th in last year's championship, so he'll be looking to see if he can get in on the act today. Currently lying 9th in this year's series with 35 points, just 1 point behind David Warburton with the Gould. Some way behind 7th place man Richard Spedding at the moment, which is Alexander piloted Force PC off the line in 2.62 seconds. Cleanly down through the gears and on the brakes, through the gate into the S's. Through the lower S's and out the top in 19.99 seconds as he makes his way through the left-hand kink that leads to the right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Nicely negotiates the hairpin there and on up towards the final hairpin, the left-hander at Martini, and stops the clocks on 40.95. That's car 61A. Richard Alexander in a time of 40.9. Now we'll look at one of the double-driven cars coming to the line. This is the Gould, powered by the Judd, 4-litre Judd engine, which this weekend driven by Matthew Ryder, and later on as number 3 Sean Gould. Rider from Leyland in Lancashire, and takes the away in 2.39 seconds. He's managed a 4th in the runoff at Wiscombe, in this car, of course. 17.07 out of the S's, and jumps it over the curb on the exit of Saw Bench. Smooth power delivery along Castle Straight up towards Martini. Takes out the final marker post and over the line in 35.26. 35.26 for car 63, Matthew Ryder. Takes him to the top at the moment of Class L, which caters for over 2-litre racing cars. Anthony Hunt in 2nd place on 38.43. So we look for the next competitor looking to book a run in the top 12 runoffs, but just got a bit of parking of the recovery vehicle in the S's to achieve before we can do that. So Slight delay as the teams prepare their cars. Got poor Heyms already suited, booted, helmet on, sitting in the car, just warming the engine and coming down towards the paddock exit. We got Calvin Broad. Ben Stevenson's there waiting to go out. So the drivers are just ready and waiting for the all clear. Marshall's up at Martini, just making sure the course markers on the inside are securely positioned in their sockets. It's amazing what force they're hit with, and they survive. Quite a barraging from a number of the competitors. Mostly they just pop out of their sockets and then need to be replaced in due course. So red flags are out on the hills. A few marshals just checking over the section they're responsible for, and now retiring out of the way as the cars return from the top paddock. So the quest to be part of the top 12 runoff continues, basically with activity from class K2, and the man making his way into the start line, Ben Stevenson from Wimpole, just outside of Exeter, with his 1300cc supercharged Empire Evo 2. Quickly off the line, 2.76 seconds, and now past all of the 1300 supercharged unit into the right hander at the gate. 17.93. This is Mark in the S's through the kink leading into Saw Bench, tight apex on the exit of Martini. Way on up Castle Straight, wide line in as you'd expect, and out of Martini, and it's a 37.23. 37.23 at the top for Ben Stevenson with the Empire Evo 2. Attention now turns to another Exeter driver, Kelvin Broad. Different chassis here. This is the Force TA, another 1300 supercharged power pack. 2.3 seconds off the line for Broad. Accelerating hard, feathering the throttle over Bunny's Leap. Quickly through the right-hander at the gate, smooth there into the S's on 17.63. Makes his way on to Castle Straight, getting his eye in on the braking point at Martini, and around in 36.56. Heyms, 7th in last year's championship, running 9th in the 2022 series with this Gould. Powered by Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo, 1300 capacity, storming up Castle Straight. Slides it wide under power on the exit of Martini, and over the line in 35.54. 35.54. That must put him at the top end of the qualifying bracket at the moment, I would think. We'll get official confirmation in due course. 35.54 for Paul Heyms, car number 7. And different engine note we now have from Paul Crute. He's got the Jaguar OMS 28 going again, but I've spoken too soon as the engine's expired on the way to Bunny's Leap. The car grinds to a halt, and I suspect the recovery vehicle may be required, though we have known people reverse all the way down Wis Straight, but hill climb single seaters and hill climb cars in general don't tend to have wing mirrors. Single seaters certainly don't have rear view mirrors, so it's not such an easy thing to achieve. So, yep, we scramble the recovery vehicle. At least it's been removed to make space, and a contingent of marshals are on their way, but we have more panic in the paddock area as something has caught fire. Driver bails out. Marshals around, no doubt with fire extinguishers. This is the Gould GR55 of David Uren. The smoke seems to be subsiding. It's coming out from the rear of the engine, out of the airbox as well. Could it be just overfilling of fluids? But it looked a little bit too fierce for that. Engine cover coming off. Tentatively. I can smell the acrid fumes even here in the commentary position. So so then this gives time to get Paul Kreutz.
Attention, Alec, I know everybody wants to see this, but anybody not connected with that vehicle, please can I ask you to start moving away from the incident, please. So everyone not involved, if I can ask you to start moving away.
So fellow competitor just moving their cars back. The team's pushing the cars away from the proximity of the car in head of the queue. But yeah, more fire extinguishers arriving on the scene, but the conflagration seems to have abated. David and his marshals and his team trying to ascertain exactly what has happened. Start line crew arrive with a shovel. So they go in under the car with the shovel. Are they looking to retrieve something? Yep. Tim Pitfield walks away with a smouldering shovel full of something or other. We've got to be a bit careful here because, of course, the drought in these areas, grass is a bit dry, so what we do with all these things, much of a concern. Clark, of course, has asked everybody to step back from the proximity of the vehicle just to be sure that nothing untoward happens. So fire extinguishers being removed now, so just discussing where the car is going to be placed to get the event back up and running ASAP. Dave gets back into the car. No doubt he's going to do the steering whilst his crew provide the motive power. And meanwhile, the smouldering mass on the spade is being dosed and extinguished. So, yep, a new form of hill climbing here. Human power pushing the Gould to the lay-by area next to Wiss Corner, well out of the way, and enabling the rest of the remaining top drivers to take their chance in qualifying for this critical top 12 runoff. So Trevor Willis is back in his car, buckling up and about to put his crash helmet on so we can get back underway. Trevor from Meneth Wood near Shelsley Walsh, so doesn't have to go far to go hill climbing there. Trevor started hill climbing with a self-built road-going Westfield and then developed it, improved it until he won the CCC Sprint and Hill Climb Championship back in 1996 and 97. By the time we got to the turn of the century, 1999, he became Midland Hill Climb Championship. 2 years later, finished 10th in the British Hillclimb Championship, and then 5th in 2005 in the Leaders Championship, which is now the British Hillclimb Cup. And then along came the V8 motorcycle engined unit that he now uses, based on 2 Hayabusa engines. Got his first Runoff victories back in 2007, one at Booley Bay and one here at Wiscombe Park. Has been hill record holder here at Wiscombe Park and became British Hill Climb champion in 2017, 2018, 2012 prior to that as well. So now with this Hayabusa based V8 powered OMS 28 producing in the order of 500 brake horsepower. That is the prodigious power that these machines are providing, and you know, when one considers that they're driving on an 11-foot wide track with banks and trees either side, the margin for error is minimal. So, meanwhile, marshals quietly have recovered the OMS Jaguar into the lay-by at Wiscombe. So it's quite highly populated with top quality racing cars at the moment. So Trevor Willis now looking to get going, get this qualification run done, get into the top 12 if he can, see where he lies, what his running position is going to be, and what times the opposition have put up, of course. Richard Spedding still the fastest on 35.09. Matthew Ryder on 35.26, Paul Heyms on 35.54, and just one more 35-second time, that's 35.81 for Jonathan Varley. So they're the top boys. They're not all the qualifiers at the moment, but they're the top 4. So they're getting the come on down gestures and signals from the start line, and we're all ready to get going again and continue this critical qualification run for today's top 12 runoff, round 23 of the British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Avon Tyres. Willis on the line, positioned, watching the start light. It goes green, finds the gear, thinks about the clutch release, what he's got to do, his procedures, all done and away in 2.16 seconds. So a good launch. Eases back off the throttle over Bunny's Leap. Now it's the right-hander through the gate into the S's. Important time here, 16.32. As Willis now on the brakes for Saw Bench. Turns in just light slide from the back of the OMS, under power out of Saw Bench. Cleanly braking on the right hand side of the track at Martini, slides it through the second half over the line in 33.92, ladies and gentlemen. So the battle's heating up to get into this top 12 runoff, and another leading driver now attacks the hill. Scott Moran, powered by 4 litres of Judd power in the back of the Gould GR59J. 6-time world champion, and he's out of the S's in 16.52, so 2/10 down on Willis. Gets the car straight out of Saw Bench and pounds the throttle power pedal over the line in 34.22. So not quite on Willis's pace. But here's a man on an agenda. He's got to catch up. He's got to get this gap in the points table down. Alex Summers off the line in 2.18 seconds. Rapid through the S's, 16.07. Are we going to see a 15 something in the S's before the end of the day? Smoothly through Saw Bench, getting the whole power from that IndyCar engine up Castle Straight. Neat off the bank and away into the finish line on 33.66. We're getting ever closer to the hill record, of course. If it doesn't go in qualification, it might well go in the runoffs. 33.13, currently the record held by Wallace Mingies. So car number 61, Paul Alexander, out of the S's in 20.19, and now powering up Castle Straight with the Force PC. The 1300 turbocharged motor, cleanly braking, and exits through Martini in 40.97. So Sean Gould stores the 4-litre Judd on the start line, but the car hasn't moved, so no problems there. Just got to get the car fired up. Turning it over. Is it going to have it? Will it need external assistance? It's on its way. Doesn't seem to want to start on its own. And then following Sean Gould, we have car number 1, the reigning champion, Wallace Mingies, with the 3.3 litre Cosworth powered Gould GR59J. Alex Summers, the fastest qualifier so far, on 33.66. Just a third of a second outside the hill record. So the marshals bring the Gould back to the start of the tyre warming area. His support crew are pushing. Are we going to bump start it? Doesn't fire. We're going to try again. Back the car goes to the start of the tyre warming area. Battery support didn't work. Is this car going to start? Don't forget, this is the car that Matthew Ryder drives. It looks like he's qualified already, but will the car be in a state to use? Can they get this going? We get more help on the back, more pushing power, and it's away. It fires up, much to the relief of Sean Gould, Matthew Ryder and the team. So he keeps the engine running, doesn't want that to stall again. Got the green light, just in gear, bring up the revs, launch procedure, and away. Traction control takes over. 2.41 seconds, not the fastest of starts, but he's away. Powering over Bunny's Leap into the right-hander at the gate. Yeses. Time to be lost, time to be saved here. 16.92. So it's not the fastest, but is he going to get into the qualifying top 12? That's the next question. Neatly through Saw Bench. On up Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill. Approaching 130, perhaps a tad more. Clobbers two of the markers on the inside at Martini over the line in 35.36. Probably enough. He'll get a run. Not at the sharp end though. Wallace Mingies. Furiously bringing heat into those rear tyres. Pirellis in this instance. Plumes of tyre smoke coming off the tyres as he spins them up. I think he's got some heat in there. Psychological as well. Gets them going. Car number 1 then. Leading the championship to 2022. Quietly off the line, but effectively 2.14 seconds. And now on the power, 3.3 litres of Cosworth pushing the Gould across the parkland, up towards the gate, through the gate, into the S's. Critical time here, 16.28. That's there or thereabouts as he makes his way through the left-hander up to Saw Bench. Wide in, tight out, just clips the late apex, and then smoothly, quickly on the power along Castle Straight. Finds his braking point, uses all the track. Tyres protesting as he goes around Martini. 33.90. Not the fastest, but surely he must be in. One of 3 33-second climbs. So now we move from Class L to Class M, sports racing cars, and racing cars built before 1971. This is Andy Tippett with his Brabham BT30. Car that was originally campaigned by Mike Dowell and Bob Jennings back in the late 60s. They had notable successes with this car, wins at Booley Bay and at Doon, many top 10 finishes, and of course Mike McDowell went on to win the British Hillclimb Championship in 73 and 74, but not in this machine. So Andy's acquired the machine, restored it, different engine, but brought it back, and this car has never raced. It's been a hill climb car all the way through. So we've got one double driver to go in this batch as we see the Gould DJ55 XD with Terry Graves at the wheel go over the finish line and clock a time of 38.01. 38.01. So I don't think with respect that time will be looking at being one of the top 12 as Steve Harris makes his start, sharing the driving duties in the Alston Mini of Kevin Taylor today. So Steve came down with the MG, followed me down the road, but obviously competing with the Alston Mini, the 1400cc car, way off the line in 3.29 seconds. Look to see how he progresses. I've lost my time screen, so I can't see what he is in the S's. We'll wait for him to get to the top of the hill and then I can give you his time there. He's on Castle Straight and plants the pedal to the floor, and the front wheel drive Mini's pulled through Martini and over the finish line. In a time of... No, haven't been given a time, I'm afraid, so can't bring you that. But we have that qualifier done and dusted, so now we can look forward to the running of the Downton Motor Club class, whilst the top boys start to fettle their cars once they've come down from the top paddock. And when we have official confirmation, we'll bring you that top 12 runoffs and the order in which they will take to the track. We have to take into account, of course, some of the cars may be double driven, so the second driver will have to take the car up, complete their run, come back down etc. So we'll have all that information in due course. So we'll get those cars back down from the top paddock before we come to the finale of today's meeting, which will be the Downton Motor Club class, and then the top 12 runoff for the British Hillclimb Championship presented by Avon Tyres. So Tim and Jackie Wilson, the championship administrators, very quickly have the official situation. So the first car we will see is not the slowest qualifier. We tend to work in reverse, but because it's a double driven car, Sean Gould will be first out on the track, having qualified 7th fastest on 35.36. So Sean will go up with the Gould GR 59. Jay come back down, and then Darren Gumbley will be next to run. Made it through on 36.48 with the 1600 force. Then third to run, Einan Price, finished 10th in the championship last year. The Landilo driver with the force, the TA force, qualified on 36.11. Next to run then David Warburton, car number 9, with a qualifying time of 36.05. David, of course, driving a 1600 Gould GR59. Then we'll move on to Jonathan Varley, qualified on 35.81. Jonathan with the 2-litre GWR Predator. Paul Heyms, car number 7, made the cut on 35.54. Paul, another Gould pilot, the GR59 with a 1300 turbocharged engine. Matthew Ryder will be next up, 35.26 in the Gould GR59 shared with Sean Gould. Richard Spedding way up the qualifying order, in fact 5th fastest on 35.09, car number 53. It's Richard Spedding with the GWR Raptor 2 1600cc car, long way up the order there, good drive. 4th qualifier, Scott Moran, running as number 4, his finishing position in last year's championship. Scott, another with 4-litre Judd power with the Gould, time of 34.22. 3rd fastest qualifier, number 5, previous champion and record holder here at Wiscombe Park, Trevor Willis, down in the 33s with the OMS 28, 33.92 his qualifier, just 0.02 of a second slower than the 2nd fastest qualifier, reigning champion, car number 1, Wallace Menzies, 33.90 was achieved by the Scotsman in the 3.3 litre Cosworth powered GR59J. And the fastest man and last to run in the qualifiers, in the top 12 runoffs rather, on a 33.66 is car number 2, the 2015 champion, and the man currently lying 2nd in the championship table. That's Alex Summers with the 2.65 litre DJ Firestorm. So it's the IndyCar engine against the massive 3.3 litre Cosworth, and then Trevor Willis with the Hayabusa V8. 2 Hayabusa engines coming together for a V8 engine, all in the 33 second bracket. Just a reminder, the record is 33.13. There may still be a chance once we get them all down back into their paddock areas, and the minis from the Downton Club run for their second timed run of the day. We will go to the finale of this day's hill climbing, round 23 of the British Hillclimb Championship. So Stuart Sampson first away for the Downton Motor Club contenders with the Mini Clubman. The ex-John Kirby machine has been run as a turbo car, but now conventionally aspirated 1380cc. First season with this car for Stuart from Ferndown, motor engineer by occupation. Car weighs in at just over 500 kilograms without the driver. Stuart's first run time 45.55, as up over Bunny's Leap goes Zach Cobb, landscaper from Poole, with his Mini Cooper SR 53 1598 supercharged engine. Improvements include smaller supercharger pulley, uprated intercooler, a limited slip differential, always useful here at Wiscombe Park, and lowering springs that have got the car closer to the deck. So time for 151 was 45.43. So Stuart in second place now, trailing the class leader, the Maguire Mini of Derek Kessel. So Zach Cobb stops the clocks, car number 52, on 46.20. That's good enough for third place at this stage in the proceedings. Zach's brother Ethan on the line now, waiting for the all clear. The two brothers started hill climbing back in 2019, both driving the same Peugeot 206 GTI then. Various bits of improvements for this another R53 supercharged Mini Cooper dating back to 2006. Like many drivers, there's a family heritage in hill climbing. Both Ethan and Zach grew up watching their grandfather Bernard Cowley and his uncle Dan Cowley campaign in their Alston 7 Special. We used to see them regularly here when we had an Alston 7 class that supported the British Hillclimb Championship. But Ethan's way off the line in 3.42 seconds. Place on the line taken by Wayne Blacker with his Cooper S. BMW style Minis, very popular in this division at the moment. So Ethan Cobb 23.83 out of the S's, turns into Martini lifts the inside rear wheel and over the line in 48.49. So not going to get even into the top as the class leader Derek Kessel takes the space framed chassis Maguire Mini around Wiss Corner. Derek been competing with this car for over 30 years. We have basically a fiberglass body over a space frame chassis with a 1360 Cooper S engine. 21.50 out of the S's as off the line goes Steve Jarrett from Wimborne, a builder in the construction industry. Steve in his first season of hill climbing and his third visit to Wiscombe Park. Bought the car in 2022. The previous owner had the vehicle wrapped in a black sparkle finish. So it's sort of one of those that appear multicoloured in the sunshine. Lowered suspension, uprated brakes, all part of the specification. Time for Derek Kessel then, lead in the class, 43.81, so no improvement for the Saltash driver, and he will rely on his earlier climb of 43.44 to keep him at the head of the Downton Motor Club class. Easing away off the line then, Graham Vingo from Dorchester, and the BMW Mini, a drive and compete type car. Graham bought the car earlier this season, having moved on from the Mazda Mx-5, used to be a Caterham pilot as well. Car originally manufactured in 2004. As over Bunny's Leap goes Graham Gonzalez from Cardiff. Graham fifth in the class at the moment with a time of 48.10. So car 158, Graham Vingo over the line in 51.69 as Kevin Taylor from Froome departs West Corner with his 1400 Austin Mini. So the order in the Downton class, still Derek Kessel, Stuart, Sampson, Zach Cobb in the top three, and then Wayne Blacker and Graham Gonzalez. So Kevin Taylor the last on the hill at the moment, out of the S's in 25.13. This is Kevin's first hill climb event. Car previously owned and raced by Jonathan Buncombe, not to mention Steve Harris himself as well. The Buncombe family renowned for as mini competitors and also sports car racers as well, GT racers in later generations. So the time for Kevin Taylor, car 160, hasn't come through, unfortunately. So and the last time we have was for car 159, a time of 46.50. So looks like Dave Uren's team coming back with the engine cover in hand, and hopefully that car can be fettled for tomorrow, because another event, another qualifying round, and another top 12 runoff, of course. So we've just got to bring those machines back down the hill and give the 12 who've qualified the opportunity to check the cars over, tidy up the tyres, make sure everything's in order before they come out to do battle for the championship points in this afternoon's finale. So Sean Gould quickly turned round, will be the first of our qualifiers this afternoon for round 23 of the British Hillclimb Championship. So Sean just feeding some heat into those rear tyres. Get as much grip off the start line as he can find. 4-way traction control. Delivers a start in 2.32 seconds. Now it's down to the 4-litre Judd to power the Gould across the parkland. It does that admirably on the brakes. Quickly through the gate. What's the time going to be in the S's? It's 16.7. As up towards Saw Bench. Wide out, in, tight out. Rear wheel just rides the curb on the inside. Making use of all the track on the approach. Takes out a marker cone at Martini and a 35.61. 35.61 for Sean Gould. The first of today's runners. The car will be brought back down the hill now. Marshall's already on the case of replacing the markers at Saw Bench. So that's the target time, 35.61. Gould coming back down through the S's. Darren Gumbley will be next out. Qualified on 36.48. Of course, in the 1100 to 1600 class with the Force. Makes his way down. Qualified on 36.48. Be keen to make an improvement, of course. Keen to make his way into the top 10, because it's only the top 10 of the 12 that take championship points. And then, of course, keen to finish as far up that table as possible. So Darren from Tenbury Wells brings a 1600cc machine towards the start line. Spinning up the rear wheels, getting some heat into the tyres. The culmination of all the work today. Practicing, checking the data, checking the car. Lights are green. Gumbley smoothly away off the line in 2.25 seconds. Finds the apex and the left-hander at Wiscombe. Over Bunny's Leap. Now getting his eye in. Braking point for the right-hander at the gate. Into the S's. Frenetic action up through the S's. Leads to a time of 17.49. Tight through the left-hander that leads into the Saw Bench. Just lightly rides the curb on the exit of Saw Bench. Way over to the right hand side of the track on the approach to Martini. Slides the car sideways and over the finish line. But I've got no times on the timing screen. Gumbley's time 36.18. So Sean Gould, fastest qualifier at the moment. It's 36.18 for Darren Gumbley. Einem Price then, car number 10, 10th in last year's championship, that signifies. smoothly off the line without fuss in 2.29 seconds. Up through the S's and out in 17.26. Slides it through Martini, opposite lock on the exit, takes a marker out on his way. Iron Price goes fastest, 35.48. 0.13 of a second faster than Sean Gould. So the pecking order at the moment: Sean Gould in second place, Iron Price first, Darren Gumley in third, and now number 9 off the line, looking to join the party, David Warburton with the 1600 Gould, 2.31 seconds off the start line. From the bright sunshine into the shade of the S's, low 17.02, quickly through the left-hand kink leading into Saw Bench, another that takes a late cut on the exit of Saw Bench, very much to the left-hand side of the track at Castle. Then he moves over to the right, then he comes back into Martini, clips a barrier and goes over the finish line. Time for David Warburton, 35.41. Shades Price by 0.07 of a second. So Warburton leads Price, leads Gould, leads Gumbley at the moment, and the next to run, of course, waiting on the start line, Jonathan Varley, car number 57. Off the line in 2.74 seconds with the GWR Predator. 17.46 in the S's. Wide out of Saw Bench, comes back across the track into Martini, takes out the last marker, slides it wide to 35.59 for Jonathan Varley. 35.59 puts him into third place. Next to run, car number 7, Paul Heyms. Paul qualified on 35.54. Gould GR55 chassis with a Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo power unit, 1300 cc. Twin turbos, no doubt, to give improved torque and acceleration out of slow corners and some of the tight hairpins here at Wiscombe Park. That may well be an advantage. But a hold of some description keeps him on the start line. Going to be wheeled back off the line. So David Warburton, the fastest in this top 12 runoff at the moment, 35.41. But the fastest time in the qualifying run set by Alex Summers on 33.66. So the Heyms Gould pushed back to the beginning of the tyre warming area. being called down to the start line. They're ready and waiting. Breeze picking up, the leaves on the trees blowing, the Union Jacks flying above the timing caravan and at Whisk Corner. The flags advertising the championship sponsors, Avon Tyres, and the sponsors of the British Hillclimb Cup, Footman James, all flying in the wind, but it's the green light that Paul Heyms is focused on before he gets this run underway. How far up the order can he get with this 1300 turbo Gould? Smoothly and quietly, no fuss off the line, 2.41 second launch, and now the power's unleashed. Paul Heyms from Farnham on the brakes for the gate. Won the Leaders' Championship, now the British Hillclimb Cup, back in 2001 with Mallet. Then went single-seater with Delara's. Used a V6 power plant in one of those at one time. 16.88 in the S's. It's the shade through now, the S's. No sun, just a little bit of sun as Heyms goes over the line in 34.93. 34.93 for Paul Heyms with the 1300 twin turbo working well, punching him out of those hairpins to good effect. The only driver so far to go sub 35 seconds. Paul Heyms, car number 7, 34.93. So down to the line comes Matthew Ryder, currently 5th in this year's championship. 123 points, just 15 behind Trevor Willis. So that's his target. So the Goulds away, using the torque from this 4 litre Judd in 2.27 seconds. 34.93 is the fastest time in this runoff at the moment, set by Paul Heyms. 16.63 for Ryder in the S's. Goes very deep on the turn in for Saul Bench, cuts back across the exit, smooth, gathering as much pace and speed as he can on Castle Straight. Takes out the markers over the line in 33.69. 33.69 for Matthew Ryder with the 4 litre Judd powered Gould. Goes fastest. Paul Heyms down to 2nd. David Warburton 3rd. Ian Price, Jonathan Varley, Sean Gould, Darren Gumbley. So now it's the time of Richard Spedding. .28 seconds for Richard, away off the line with the GWR Raptor 2, 1600cc engine. From Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Suzuki-based 1600 Mistral providing the power. 16.94 in the S's. Quickly through Martini and over the line in 35.11 for Richard Spedding. Slots him into 3rd place. Scott Moran next to run. Another with 4 litre Judd power. One such engine powered Matthew Ryder to the fastest time so far, 33.69. What can it do for Scott Moran, 6-time British Hillclimb champion? Departs the start line in 2.27 seconds. Knows the criticality of finding the braking point for the gate and the power delivery in the S's. Not too much, but you've got to keep the momentum going. He does so in 16.17 seconds. Very deep on the turn in at Saul Bench, just lifts the wheel on the exit at Martini. Quickly to Castle Straight, smooth through Martini, no hassle there, and a time of 33.75, 33.75, so it slots into second place, demoting Paul Heyms. So it's 4 litre Judds 1 and 2 at the moment. As Trevor Willis comes to the line with the OMS 28. All these drivers playing with something circa 500 brake horsepower. Lights are on. Green light shows. Willis prepares, brings the levers in. 2.19 seconds off the line. Trevor qualified on a 33.19. Is there an improvement there for the man who lives a stone's throw from Shalsey Walsh? 16.17, so it's in the area, not the fastest, but in the area. Saw bench, no problem. Backslides wide under power. Along Castle Straight, wide into Martini, and slides it close to the bank on the way out, and it's a 33.57. 33.57 for Trevor Willis. That takes him to the top. Ever evolving positions in this championship as the reigning champion comes to the line. Good momentum in the Channel Islands to his championship defence. Can he continue that here at Wiscombe Park? Qualified on 33.19. 3.3 litres of Cosworth power sitting in it between his shoulder blades. Away off the line in a good launch, 2.13 seconds. Quarry owner from Alloa now looking for his breaking point, finding it through the gate into the S's. 15.98 from the reigning champion. First time we've seen a sub 16 seconds. Quickly into Saw bench. No problems there. Through the sunlight into the shadow on Castle Straight. Around Martini and over the line in 33.20. 33.20 for reigning champion Wallace Mingies. And very close run. But what an effort. But we're not done. Getting close, just 7/100ths of a second away from the record. Alex Summers, fastest qualifier, therefore last to run. Last car on the hill in today's meeting. 33.66 was his qualifier. Demon launch in 2.13 seconds. Now what's his time going to be in the S's? Can he get into the 15 seconds as well? Is he going to be able to challenge the Scotsman? 15.62! The man from Henley and Arden, or the Stormer. Can he carry this on up through the track? Neat through Saw bench. Out of the sun into the shade on Castle Straight. Around Martini. 32.94! What a run. Alex Summers is back, taking the championship battle to Wallace Mingies and a new hill record. We're now out of the 33s into the 32s. So quick resume of that top 10 runoff. Fastest man then, Alex Summers there, 32.94. Wallace Mingies, 33.20. Trevor Willis, 33.57. Matthew Ryder, 33.69. Scott Moran, 33.75. Paul Heyms, 34.93. Richard Spedding, 35.11. David Warburton, 35.41. Einan Price, 35.48. Jonathan Varley, 35.59. Sean Gould, 35.61. And Darren Gumbley, 36.18. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the hill, when those cars come back down the hill, it's a sort of tradition, and only respectful, of course, to give them a round of applause, wave your arms, your hats, whatever, show your appreciation to a storming drive by them all, but particularly Alex Summers, who's delivered us a new hill record on 32.94 seconds. Cracking way to end today's motorsport. The sun's come out into the bargain, and the sun at Wiscombe Park, no better place to be. So that all goes well, because we're going to do it all again tomorrow with round 24 of the British Hillclimb Championship. And again, that class in the British Hillclimb Cup will be supported by the Interclubs event, with championships for the Tillicourt Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, the Downton Engineering Championship, and the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship. So enjoy the rest of the evening, enjoy the sunshine. If you're travelling away from Wiscombe Park, please drive carefully and respectfully through the villages. We have known speed traps to be out both in the evenings and again early in the mornings when people are travelling to the venue. So please respect that. Enjoy the evening, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for another day of championship hill climbing with the Woolwich Motor Club.